crazy, but we couldn't have done it without you.
That's all right.
Thanks a lot. You worked really hard.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
That was 30 years ago. I went on to do films like Willow and Harry Potter. And I even met my wife Sam, also a dwarf, while performing in Snow White. I'm perfectly comfortable with my size, and I actually don't think I could do my job if I wasn't.
Okay, there we go. Very good.
But I've always been fascinated by other short performers through the ages. From court jesters to Tom Thumb. Some were successful because they were seen as freaks. Others simply because they were great entertainers.
Extra leg room.
There's a dwarf family who really shed light on all the complexities of being a dwarf entertainer. The Ovitz brothers and sisters. And, wait for it, there were 7 of them. Elizabeth, Franziska, Rosika, Mickey, Avram, Frida, and the youngest, Perla. I've always wanted to know more about the Ovitz siblings, so I've come to Transylvania, northern Romania, where their story begins. They were born in a village that, according to an ancient fairy tale, was named after a giant who fell in love with a dwarf.
That dwarf, that giant looked at each other
Hello.
Said, "We're gonna make the most
They've all got like tools on.
looking children
Be singing
that
hi
have
ho.
ever existed."
I'm not sure whether. I don't know whether to agree. My name's Warwick.
Warwick Davies. How do you learn about them?
I've known of them and their story for
How
Singing hi ho.
what do they say?
Hello. Hi there. They've all got like tools on. Should be singing hi ho.
Where are you going?
I'm not sure whether. I don't know whether to
Where are
agree.
you
My name's
going?
Warwick.
How old are you?
Warwick Davies. How do you learn about them?
I've known of them and their story for a number of years now, and it's always interested me and always something
Probably
I wanted
like
to
60 years old
investigate
by now.
further.
No.
You know, I'm looking at it through the eyes of a little person.
No, because that's... How old is Harrison Ford? He's the oldest. Yeah, they're like in their 60s. Warwick Davis gotta be a lot younger because he was a kid. 55 versus Mark Hamill. 73. Oh my god, they're older than I thought. They're in their 70s. 82. God damn. You go, man. 82. Kind of looks like David Duchovny a bit. He got that look that I'm not so sure about why I'm here to look. Oh man, he can barely open his eyes now. He saw a little too much. As an X-Filer.
And also a person who is an entertainer in the same business that they were.
Why do you think it's important, the word to know?
The idea that they didn't let their size get them down. I've met Johnny Popescu, a local radio host who's also something of a historian. He's agreed to show me around. So tell me about where we are now.
Well, we are in exactly the place the officer's houses used to be many, many years ago.
Right.
And he is the one who owns the house now.
Hello, nice to meet you. Warwick, hi.
And by chance, he is the person, almost, I guess, the only one in the village
former mayor.
who actually met the officers.
Really? Have you got good memory of them?
Vă aduceți bine aminte de ei?
Foarte bine, foarte bine.
So I've got some pictures of the...
Avea aici lângă casă, între casă și drum, niște bănci și apoi când avea liber și stat, tot sta pe băncile acelea acolo câte drum. Erau cunoscuți ca o familie
They're considered
educată.
educated people.
The Ovitzes were an unusual family. Their father was a dwarf, but their two mothers and three other siblings were tall. Whereas my parents and sister are all average-sized. And when I was born in 1970, I came as a bit of a shock.
שלא נפרד אף פעם. שאנחנו נהיה קשורים אחד לשני כמו שרשרת.
We're going
אם
together like
היה
a chain, I
עשיין
noticed.
רב,
What
איזה
profession can
מקצוע
help
היה
you gain some
יכולים
bread?
איתם להביא חתיכת לחם. או שילמדו
She's
מוזיקה
out of
גם,
drama school.
או שפשוט שחקנים גם חיים.
Actors to make a living.
תיאטרון שלנו קראו
They named
תיאטרון
themselves a
ללימוד,
Lily Coat
כי היינו קטנים.
because we were small.
Did you ever see them before?
Da, sigur. Făceau și spectacol aici, la școală, câteodată făceau. Cântau și la anunț la țărani. De regulă ei cânta în instrumente muzicale.
אני שרתי דווקא בהונגרית. היה לי גיטרה קטנה, אז הזמנו 100 בית חרושת.
Populația nu exista să aibă o cămașă din asta sau pantaloni.
They all look like sort of classic movie stars from Hollywood, really.
I guess so.
The way they were dressed and like this picture here, he looks like a silent movie actor.
Oh yeah, right
Do you know
there.
what I mean? It reminds me of sort of Harold Lloyd or Buster Keaton sort of look.
Ochii celorlalți,
Very precious.
vreau ceață. Aici avea de clasat foarte multe de cameră rusă,
Above all else, the Ovitzes were painters. That's something I've always tried to
I'm
be
gonna
as well.
practice making carrying on this guy.
Just like the 3-foot tall you are, more vulnerable. Come from that without personality. And that's what other groups do in show business.
It was really the heyday of the interest in dwarfism. The public were very fascinated by dwarfs, and they were part of freak shows.
There was 75 different versions. There was hunting a mule on the road.
Kitchen City where dwarfs paid to live there. There was a barber shop where
Yeah,
dwarfs
nice down in the
barbers. And it is estimated that by 1939 about 1,500 were making their living out of dentists.
Basically making a living out of exhibiting their
Deformity.
what is that? They wanted people to come to see them because they were able actors or
Amongst all the other dwarf acts of the era, the Ovitz family.
שירים בתיאטרון ממש. סקפטים.
They spent time practicing building props and costumes.
צ'כוסלובקיה.
They really occurred in the largest halls in Europe, places for 800 to 1,000, so a huge audience.
Oh, if he's two-handed, I don't think he's very. Remember.
You can see the room as it was.
So this is where we are now. This room here.
The largest restaurant of the time and King's Village.
They weren't just entertainers because they were small. They were entertainers because they were very good at what they did. But I think their reputation as great entertainers was what carried them through a career. That's kind of the philosophy that I have throughout my career. I got started in acting because I was short, but I didn't rely on that. I thought to maintain this, I need to hone the craft of performing and acting. You know, ultimately it'd be nice to be known as an actor who just happens to be short, which I think the Ovitz family were.
הקהל היה עובד רגיל.
Every night the audience looked at the flowers.
לזרוק פרחים, שוקולדים, בונבוניירות.
Chocolates.
כפיים היה שהיה אפשר
The
לדבר.
applause was so loud you couldn't hear a thing.
It was the end of the 1930s and dwarfs were everywhere. And by 1937, when Disney released Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, the craze for little people as entertainers had reached its height.
Most entrancing of all, Disney's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
But no one could have foretold who one of the film's greatest fans would be. Like all good fairy tales, Disney's Snow White had a darker side. Much like the Wicked Queen in Snow White, the Nazis' obsession with physical perfection would prove deadly, especially for the Ovitzes. Hitler loved Disney's Snow White so much, he made his own version as Nazi propaganda. In the German version of Snow White, she's a beautiful Aryan maiden who's threatened by an evil, shape-shifting outsider. People who had any kind of physical deformity, including dwarves like me, became an obsession for the Nazis. They would either kill them through their euthanasia program, or they'd use them as guinea pigs in laboratory experiments in their quest to create a masterpiece. So when the Nazis started tearing through Europe, what would that mean for the Ovitzes, who were not only dwarves, but also Jews?
For them it was faraway Germany. They didn't feel that it has any implication upon them. It's simply a terrible thing which happens elsewhere. As if nothing changed.
Show must go on.
They simply hoped the war will be somehow over before the fire reached them.
בשם מיקי השני, כי כולם ישנו והוא לא היה יכול לרדם בשביל הרדיו. פתאום שמע שנכנס הגרמנים בהונגריה.
Very much.
שהיה יכול לתת ביהודים לבד. ואחר כך אמרו שיהודים לא יכולים לתת להיות. אם מישהו יצא בבוקר, או שהוא מרחבים, או שרבים להיות, היה צריך אז שמרו באדם בבקשה, שהיהודים יוצאים למקומות, אף אחד לא ידע מה זה.
This is Gravesite, 6 miles from the Erdtree's village, where they were forcibly taken. I'm meeting the son of the village priest, who lived right opposite the ghetto. Hello. What's your name? This is where
Oh wow, so this dagger does way more damage.
they would have been just
No, no. These will be taken to
Literally just lost. They're trying to get a parry.
here in this area.
so this is when they would have just
Taken when they arrive, and we have listened from the car.
I mean this is an unbelievable there's a car.
Oh, if he's two-handing it. Stupid.
Who's this?
So a simple soldier to come here. And it's written here that's an average height.
This is telling you that he's average sized, so you could see how short they were.
They mock them. They mock them. They consider them as luggage. That's the word in Hungarian. Okay, the luggages arrived at Dragomirești and they have to be thrown out of the cart.
I don't know what to say about that.
Da. Deci un jurnal în care a consemnat zilnic ce s-a întâmplat în perioada aceea.
That's amazing. 1944 there.
Da.
Does he talk about the ghetto here in the diary anywhere?
Deci a urmat asta a fost în 16 aprilie 1944. A treia zi de Paști a urmat deportarea lor aici la Dragomirești.
Right.
Au fost îmbarcați pe căruțe care au fost obligate să-i transport. Așa au părăsit comuna toți evreii spre o destinație necunoscută. Cu această ocazie, unii au murit mergând, deci de oboseală. Unii, opunându-se să plece, au fost împușcați. Când scriu aceste rânduri, deja sunt plecați toți evreii și din Dragomirești, neștiind nimeni unde se vor opri.
So if I keep doing parry practice, the misericordia is the one to use the dagger.
It's kind of hard to imagine, you know, what happened here.
What about
You know, for the Ovitz family, suddenly they're brought here on a horse and cart, sort of dumped here. It must have been so frightening.
130?
I wonder if the children that play out here realise what their playground once was.
No, Warwick, that's what innocence is. Why do you want to break that innocence?
So finally we arrived here, as the Ovitzes did.
This has got the best.
I mean, this place looks like it probably did in the 1940s.
Definitely, yes. But the Ovitzes weren't a cattle wagon.
I mean, that's impossible. That's
It is
impossible. I wouldn't know even where to start. just even to get on this, and this is meant for passengers to get on, but a cattle truck isn't even designed with steps.
And the cattle truck is like that. So no steps for it.
I mean, I'm not getting in there. Whatever happens.
Don't try.
עלינו ביום ראשון.
I never used them. West of America.
There were 40 cattle trucks. Each with 80 people crammed inside.
Sent to die. Most of them have no idea that in 30 minutes they are going to be dead. 30 to 45 minutes.
What a way to phrase it, eh?
But this person here would have been...
This is a dwarf. What's interesting, did he live or did he die?
Yeah.
Basically, I would say no chance that he would live.
אתה לא רואה בית, לא רואה כלום, רק צריפים ואש יוצא לעמוד. כמו בן אדם, כל העבר כמו בן אדם יצא. שאלנו אותך חייל, מה יש שמה? אל תשאלו יחיה יותר טוב לכם. שמה זה קבר ישראל, הוא אמר.
Even there, Mickey was so self-assured, and he had in his pocket the fan cards. Mickey there on the ramp took from his coat a fan card and distributed to the SS guard. It's amazing.
He's pretty tall.
Nobody's perfect.
Well, okay, I'm of a slightly different design.
You are of a slightly different
design. Let's just say that.
Mengele is absolutely coming out of a tradition of comparative biology, comparative anthropology, lots of skull measuring happening in early 20th century Germany. And it's becoming a bit more sophisticated, lots of interest in genetics, so hence the interest in the Ovitz family. I mean, it wasn't just him. His former boss, Frescure, famous scientist, famous anthropologist, sent him to Auschwitz, told him, said, you're going to have a fantastic opportunity to do experiments there, to do things that you can't do anywhere else. Mengele did indeed believe that somehow the Ovitz family have the secret of growth, and we could learn something from them. And do you know something? At heart, he was right. But the things that he did, the experiments that he did on this family, couldn't have possibly told them anything. They were just bizarre, irrelevant, appalling experiments.
Jeez.
It's a sort of a moral vacuum in which scientists have the opportunity to do anything they want, no matter what the cost or the consequences. It's the right over life and death. It's like that.
Children, twins, gypsies. Mainly experiments. But what did he have in store for the Ovids? This is where the Ovitses slept.
The barrack was to be for 400 people, but as the camp was overcrowded, the number was doubled. Some of the survivors are saying even about 1,000 people in each.
1,000 people in here?
Yeah.
The Ovitz family, they would have slept on one of these, would they? Probably on the bottom.
Yes.
I'm assuming.
Bottom was not very safe because of the diarrhea, which was quite frequent. People could not control the disease. The topest was also not good because of the leaking roof. So that was just the reality that they have to fight every single day of life.
Spread of gut skin. Stitcher. 248 versus 312.
We look at pictures and we read stories and accounts of things, somehow you feel remote from it. But it's when you go to the places you really start to realise that these aren't stories, they're not tales. This is where it happened. My children are dwarves. My wife's but in another time. Around 100 dwarves were killed in the so being short wasn't going to be enough to save the Elvises. To buy more time, they'd have to use another of their assets, one that chimed with the strange echo of what possessed them.
The average life was not so used here.
Anita, like the Elvises, was a musician, something that appealed to the people who ran restaurants.
We arrived there in the night. We were put in a barrack, waited. What prompted me to... She must have been to the report. She said, I play the cellos here. Fantastic. There's a band here.
That's where I thought your story and the because they had been.
That was a bit out of the ordinary. He was suddenly interested. Erdtree Mengele was an interest, but I don't think he did it.
I do find it interesting that the Nazis wanted to have music, and I'm sort of wondering why, you know, by day they were killing people.
It was entertainment. To want music.
Was it a therapy?
In a way, it must have been. Must have been. And you know, we actually played concerts on Sunday, and you know, people came and listened. I mean, it's got a completely ludicrous idea, really. Yeah.
אנחנו שמענו את זה, כאילו שנתן לנו קצת אומץ, אבל האומץ שלו, אמרו לנו, אל תיקחו את זה ברצינות, כי הוא יכול לקבל סיסי בראש ומחסל אתכם בבת אחת.
Jeez. Let me, yeah, I'll read that part out loud. When we heard him sing, it gave us courage. But we were told, don't kid yourselves. You can go crazy. And just killed a lot of you.
I can't imagine it. I mean, I think I'd be foolish to try and imagine what they went through. You know, and even what I can imagine, I don't think I would have coped very well. It's so hard to live under the terror, under the fear, constantly. The Ovitzes knew that the moment Mengele got bored of them, they could end up here, in the little wood, the waiting room for the gas chamber. I've seen photographs of people in the wood just after they arrived off the train.
The crematorias were huge. The producer of the crematorias were saying that per day they could burn 5,000 corpses.
It makes me angry as well. Yeah, it's really difficult to feel. Now I can really feel not just what it's all about. Yeah, this is. It's left me shocked and amazed, and I find them even more inspirational than I did before.
בגלל שאני שמה איפור, אני לא רוצה שיגידו מסכנה, אפילו איפור לא שמה. אתה יודע איך אומרים, הפן צוחק, הלב בוכה.
Aww. Yeah, she, all the stuff that she says is great.
בגלל שאני שמה
Found stuff.
בגלל שאני שמה
I put on
איפור,
makeup
אני לא
because I
רוצה
don't want
שיגידו
people to pity me.
מסכנה, אפילו איפור לא שמה. אתה יודע איך
As
אומרים,
the saying goes,
הפן
lips
צוחק,
smile, the
הלב
heart
בוכה.
weeps.
In 1949, the Ovitzes emigrated to Israel. They started performing again to packed-out theatres, just as they'd done before the war. And Perla, the last of these inspirational dwarfs, passed away in 2001 at the age of 80.
Beat your head against the wall. Don't ever try to figure why who seems to be to blame. That some folks have a million
That was a
can't
great
even write their
documentary.
name. That's why you gotta handle them a little more.
Here, I'll post it in the chat. The Secret History of Auschwitz 7 Dwarves. How the hell did they survive for so long? Ovitz family. How the Ovitz family survived. Oh my.
The famous Lilliput-Ovitz family is known all over the world not only for its musical talent, but also because of the sad events of the Second World War, when Jews were mercilessly killed.
Concentration camps during the war meant thousands
Oh no, I
of
lost
ruined...
my cue. Oh no, I lost my cue.
The famous...
Loved fairy
There it
tales in
is.
the world.
You may watch. Oh, it's the watch later playlist.
But not so long ago,
We're okay.
it was one of the most dangerous.
Concentration camps during the war meant thousands of ruined lives. Few returned home afterwards. Gas chambers, crematoria, unbathed in a shared family home in mysterious Transylvania, like dwarf Jews had already begun. The Ovitz observed Lilliputians' toys and sweets, which were sorted in the piles after the crematorium. Because there were 7 members of the family, he called them only by their names from the Snow White fairy tale. Then Dr. Mengele began to conduct gruesome experiments on the entire Ovitz family to find out if they were dwarfs. They had no idea what would be done to them. Ice water, boiling water and bone marrow transplants. Mengele was quite varied in his scientific experiments. The main purpose was to compare the endurance of people of normal height and dwarfs. The Ovitz family, going through all this over and over again every day, had no hope that they would ever be able to escape from the clutches of Dr. Mengele's laboratory. But fortunately, at the end of all these experiments, the entire Ovitz family survived, without any serious complications. Ovitz had to obey Mengele in everything, entertain him with jokes and songs, and pose for a film he made especially for Hitler. Knowing how fascinated Hitler was by dwarfs, Mengele sent him a video for Christmas. The Lilliputians sang Germanic songs to entertain the Führer so he wouldn't be sad and lonely in the war. Mengele brought the gnomes to a Christmas party at Auschwitz.
Did he just say Mengele brought the gnomes?
Sad and lonely in the war. Mengele brought the gnomes to a Christmas party at Auschwitz. Ovitz sang and danced for the Nazis. In January 1945, Dr. Mengele was transferred to another concentration camp and his untouchable barracks became ordinary barracks. When the Nazis realized that the war would soon be over and not in their favor, they rushed to purge the prisoners of Auschwitz. The Ovitz family was to be sent to the gas chamber on the 27th of January 1945. They waited for their fate, but on that very day, the Russians invaded the camp. Thus the family was saved. They became the only family to survive Auschwitz in its entirety. After liberation, they lived in a refugee camp.
My name is Rose Lipschitz and I was born in Lublin, Poland in 1929. I was 13 years old She looked me straight in the face and said, I want you to understand they're taking us to our death. I don't believe the whole world has gone mad. There's going to be somebody somewhere that's going to help you, and you have to run. Well, being 13 and very scared, I hold on to my mother's skirt very tightly. But she paused. Don't you see she's a Polish girl? And he was the last guard. I don't much remember.
The man was Gurdjieff, and what he uncovered could change everything about the way you see your life. Remember The Truman Show? Truman's perfect world was a lie, and Gurdjieff believed we're living a similar illusion, trapped in waking sleep, acting out scripts we didn't write. But what
Josephus, the historian of this period who wrote the Jewish war carefully, you'll see that Josephus says in one passage of his book about the war against Rome that the thing that most moved the Jewish people to revolt against Rome was the prophecy that a world ruler would come out of Palestine. That tells us that they were moved by the messianic prophecy, and that the revolution against Rome that we often think of political was in fact not simply political but religious and messianic. We think we have here the literature of the movement. We don't say it began in the 1st century. It leads up from the Maccabean period in the 2nd century BC on up through the Herodian period into the 1st century. We think we have here the literature of the Messianic movement. And in my work, I have said that the last stages of this literature and the last stages of this movement, which is the project I came to Israel to research in '85, is parallel to the Jerusalem community, that community known in the New Testament as the Jerusalem Church, the Jerusalem community of James the Just, sometimes called in Christian tradition the brother of Jesus.
Just as at Masada, a few miles south, the people here knew how to preserve their precious water supply. The winter rains came down the mountainsides and filled the large cisterns and then passed through elaborate channels to pools throughout various parts of the complex. This little bath, the mikveh, was used in ceremonial cleansing. They would enter here and dip themselves under the water. It was much like the baptism that John the Baptist preached in this very same wilderness, here where the Jordan River meets the Dead Sea. These people were Jews. They rose to pray before dawn and they held to the Sabbath rigorously. They had a community council of 12 with an inner group of 3. Jesus, of course, had 12 disciples and that inner group of 3, Peter, James, and John. The Qumran group had sacred meals with prayers, much like the Last Supper or communion.
Wow.
They talked about the Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit, and about the last days. In the year 68 AD, fearing the oncoming Roman troops and certain plunder, they took their scrolls and hid them in the caves up on the nearby cliffs.
I think there's a lot at stake. What's at stake is the Jews are going to have to learn, and will learn, I think, from more finds, that Messianic Judaism is a acceptable form of Jewish faith. Because here it is here.
Hey,
now,
come on.
I'm using Messianic Judaism in the general term. Jews who believe in a Messiah. That many Jews have. You know, they think someone's the Messiah and so forth, and that is not leaving the Jewish faith to believe somebody's the Messiah. And so Jews will come to know a wider view of Judaism than just the rabbinic view, which is one stream of Judaism, but there are many streams of Judaism. And this stream of Judaism is quite an important one. And I think the Christians in the West will learn from this that the real roots of their faith are out here in this desert with these people who are very serious about the Word of God and the promises of God and the prophecies and so on. And we're not interested at all in Greco-Roman philosophy and secular culture. I think the Christians will see, as more connections are made, that this is actually the birthplace of Christianity. Essentially, we have the facts and the theories. The facts are that in these 11 caves behind us and to the north, were found up to 1,200 scrolls.
Dead Sea
Now some are in
Scrolls.
fragments, but 1,200 books, let's say, scattered about. And also, behind us is some kind of a community that's been excavated, complex. Do the two go together? Those are the facts. And the theories would be everything from their Essenes to their Zealots. These are ancient Jewish groups. Some people even suggested they're, quote, Christians, unquote. I think if you connect the excavation site to the scrolls, you certainly would say that they were this wilderness messianic movement. That is, they're waiting for the Jewish Messiah. They're out in the wilderness trying to be pure, to withdraw from the corruption of the culture, the Greco-Roman culture with the Romans and Jerusalem being defiled by a corrupt priesthood. Everybody out here agreed on one thing: we hate the religious establishment up the hill.
We have, for instance, a very law-oriented group here. We have a very militant, aggressive group here. We have a very nationalistic group here. We have a very xenophobic group here. That is, they don't like foreigners. In Christianity that we normally think about, we think of a cosmopolitan, non-law, Gentile-oriented Christianity. So the kind of group we have here is quite different than what we normally think. We also have an anti-Pharisee group here of extreme proportions, and probably an anti-rabbinic group, the successors to the Pharisees. And that is another thing that's somewhat gummed up the works, because really this is a third way. This is not the rabbinic Jewish way. This is not the Pauline Christian way. This is more of an apocalyptic, even evangelical, if you like, more of an apocalyptic zealot way.
This group believed that prophecy, biblical prophecy, is being fulfilled before their eyes. So they would open their holy books and then look out and say, yeah, this is what the prophet speaks of right here. And so they would write almost as something would happen. Like the text that got so much attention in November, the Wounded Messiah text. That could very well be a reaction to one of the leaders who got killed. In that sense, they would be writing it on the spot.
Do you see some of the stuff written in the scrolls related to Jesus?
Very much so, but I think he broke with this community. I don't know that he was ever a part of it, but I think he would have not agreed with it on what we call halakhic matters. Those who know Judaism know that word, but it means matters of Jewish law. I would put it like this: Jesus seems to share all the major ideas of the group, such as they talk about a new covenant. In fact, I think a good name for these people, rather than Essenes, is the Wilderness New Covenanters, but it's too hard to say. They talk about a new covenant. They have baptisms, or mikvahs. They have dippings, water dippings. They believe that they're out in the wilderness waiting for the Messiah. They have a community of 12, a council of 12, and then an inner group of 3. And if you recall in the Gospels, Jesus chooses 12, and then Peter, James, and John are the inner group of 3, that he quite often goes off alone with. They have sacred meals. They denounce the religious establishment and so forth. I listed out one time 24 parallels like that, where the ideas are just, they talk about the Holy Spirit, we are the people of the last days, and so forth. But then when you look at their practices, these people would not talk to Gentiles. I don't think they would even have given them the time of day. Jesus, according to the Gospels, encounters Gentiles and actually deals with them. The Roman, centurion,
with gamblers,
Samaritan woman. If you remember the
gangsters,
story of the Samaritan woman, the disciples come up and say, "You're talking with her?" They're shocked that he would be talking with not only a Gentile, but a woman. So these people would, I think, have denounced him for that. And yet their basic ideas of be pure, prepare the way of the Lord in the wilderness, the new covenant is coming, the Messiah is coming. They're very big and very strong in talking about the chosen ones. We are the elect, the chosen ones. I think this is the birth of the movement out here, not in the city. Jesus is from Galilee. He's rural. I think he's wilderness-oriented. And people don't notice in the Gospels, he goes out to the wilderness. Most people would say, if you ask, when did Jesus go out here? And they'd say, well, the temptation. And he went back and lived like a city boy. That's not the case. The last winter of his life, which I think was maybe 29, the year 29, he's in Jerusalem for Hanukkah. It's winter. And according to the Gospel of John, the Pharisees and the religious establishment got together, and they were going to have Jesus stoned for blasphemy.
Thank you for all the practice.
6 months before they finally got him. And it says, and this is in, I think it's in John 11 or so, that he retreated into the wilderness where John had been baptizing up on the Jordan. So he came out here. And it says, and those who wish came to him. Now I interpret this that he's living in a cave somewhere out here, and he stays all winter. I mean, this is a new image of Jesus, living in a cave, hiding out. Why is he hiding out? Because they're going to kill him. But he doesn't run home to Nazareth. He comes out here. And, you can't prove these things, but what did he do from age 12 to age 29? He didn't study in Jerusalem with the rabbis like Paul did. I think we could say that. Or they would have known him and he would be mentioned as a student of Gamaliel or something. I think he must have been out here with John. I don't know all the time, but must have spent time out here studying the scriptures and thinking about what he felt he had to do. So he comes back, and then it becomes very imaginative. Where would you go? Well, you'd go where it's safe, and you look up and you see hundreds and hundreds of caves. And then it says, and as I said, those who wanted came to him. So the movement has a kind of espionage character to it. In other words, certain people of the group knew where he was. They would come and deal, and I picture him almost like Bar Kokhba, but it's not a military mission, it's a spiritual mission, sending out emissaries from his cave, directing various followers. Well, we need to get ready for this and that, and here's the plan. And that's the side that we don't think about till you come here. It makes it much more vivid. I mean, all historians imagine things, but, we have the Dead Sea behind us, the head of the Jordan water. To say that Jesus didn't know about this community, I think, is to say that somehow he would be, either blind or mentally incompetent. Of course, he knew about it. Now, did he come and eat and have friendly relations with them? Possibly growing up, I think so. Luke says that John the Baptist, his cousin, was Bamidbar in the wilderness until his revealing, when he was probably also about 29 years old, 27, 28, 29, in the wilderness. Well, where do you live out here, you see? So I think John the Baptist must have spent much time here. Maybe Jesus would come and visit and then begin arguing with them. Well, I don't know, you people say that we should not even talk to Gentiles, and yet the message needs to reach the whole world. I suspect they would say, well, wait till the Messiah comes and it will. And he might say something like, maybe it's time. This is what I imagine. But I think he was here, for sure.
Do you see any parallels that relate to these days today?
The biggest parallel would be that there are Jews, once again, who are messianic, and I mean that in the most general sense. That is, who are talking about when is the Messiah coming? Now, this could be everything from Jewish Hasid groups like Lubavitch, who are talking all the time now about this is the time of the Messiah, he's coming. In fact, they thought he was going to come, this year. So we're definitely in what I call apocalyptic messianic times. Also, for the first time, really, we have large numbers of Jews trying to reclaim Jesus as a Jew. That hasn't happened before. See, when the Jews are scattered in Europe and Christians come to them with crosses in their face and say, we're getting ready to kill you in the name of this, you're not going to get a lot of converts to that religion. But now we're in a time where when you're in the land and it's safe, relatively safe, people can think again, you see. and they can say we're here and we're regathered. And I think scholars have already done this. Most people don't know, but most scholars would say, where does Jesus belong? He belongs within Judaism. He's a great Jewish teacher, sage, prophet. This is where he belongs. You know, when you historically plot someone, he's not a Greek, he's not a Roman, he's a Jew. And Jews are hesitant. As you know, the Orthodox won't even say his name without a slight curse to it. But that's who they're cursing, though, I don't think is Yeshua, the true Yeshua, the historical Yeshua. They're cursing an imagined horrible person that really was not Jesus at all, but the God of the pagan Christian church. So, in a way, let them curse him if they could also understand. And I'm still speaking historically. I mean, I think even a historian, truth is truth, and he belongs here with his people. I think he ought to come home too, and the scrolls and everything. I believe that. Now, that goes beyond, you know, is he the Messiah? Is he the Son of God? These are theological questions that can be discussed. But the first thing is to de-paganize him, get him back in the land, show that he was a Jew. And he is the most influential man in world history.
What do you think happened to the people here?
What we think happened is when the war broke out, the Jewish war with the Romans in the year 66, that everybody had to decide what they're going to do. It's like Israelis today, you know, which side are you on in terms of, you know, the political questions and so on? Well, they had their political questions sharply divided. There were Roman collaborators, there were Roman resistors, but the religious communities had to take a stand. There's a war going on, people are dying. The Romans are systematically, they're going to come down this road, whatever road there was, for everybody's wanting to go to Masada, down south. It's the big fortress. If you hold that, you can help hold out for the whole. So I think what happened in terms of the archaeological evidence is the Romans got this place and wiped it out, killed everybody.
In your opinion, concerning these scrolls, what's at stake here for Christianity and Judaism?
We have a theory, and we've had it from the beginning, and what we're seeing confirms our theory more and more rather than makes us doubt it. That is, we feel that this movement, the movement we have here, is really the better name for it than Essene or even Zealot is the Messianic movement in Palestine. We've said that this literature is tremendously messianic. At the beginning we were seeing documents having to do with two messiahs, but we were also seeing documents having to do with a single Judeo-Christian style Davidic messiah too. And in the unpublished materials we're even seeing more of this kind of material relating to a kind of normative Judeo-Christian Davidic style single messiah. And if you read your Josephus, the historian of this period who wrote the Jewish war carefully, you'll see that Josephus says in one passage of his book about the war against Rome that the thing that most moved the Jewish people to revolt against Rome was the prophecy that a world ruler would come out of Palestine. That tells us that they were moved by the messianic prophecy, and that the revolution against Rome that we often think of political was in fact not simply political but religious and messianic. We think we have here the literature of the movement. We don't say it began in the 1st century. It leads up from the Maccabean period in the 2nd century BC on up through the Herodian period into the 1st century. We think we have here the literature of the messianic movement.
I think there's a lot at stake. What's at stake is the Jews are going to have to learn, and will learn, I think, from more finds, that Messianic Judaism is a acceptable form of Jewish faith, because here it is here. Now, I'm using Messianic Judaism in the general term, Jews who believe in a Messiah, that many Jews have. You know, they think someone's the Messiah and so forth, and that is not leaving the Jewish faith to believe somebody's the Messiah. And so Jews will come to know a wider view of Judaism than just the rabbinic view, which is one stream of Judaism. But there are many streams of Judaism. And this stream of Judaism is quite an important one. And I think the Christians in the West will learn from this that the real roots of their faith are out here in this desert with these people who are very serious about the Word of God and the promises of God and the prophecies and so on. And we're not interested at all in Greco-Roman philosophy and secular culture. I think the Christians will see, as more connections are made, that this is actually the birthplace of Christianity. Not just the land of Israel, but a messianic desert group of Jews who are waiting for the Messiah to come.
Messiah? Messiah? Could he be Messiah? The one whom the prophets foretold?
What happened was back in 1985-86, I was the National Endowment for the Humanities, American Schools of Oriental Research professor in residence at the Albright School in Jerusalem, the famous American school. And I came here to do research on the parallels between the early Christian community in Jerusalem and the Qumran community. But I was not able to do any research because they had all the scrolls sequestered, and there was nothing new we could do in Jerusalem that we couldn't do back in California. So when we saw what that situation was and that we basically wasted a whole year, we began to get very anxious about the access situation to the scrolls, and we started this campaign. And in 1989, we officially wrote to Strugnell and then to the who was then the new editor of the Scrolls International Committee, John Strugnell, and to Drury, Amir Drury, who was the new director of the Department of Antiquities in Israel. We officially asked for access to hitherto sequestered scrolls, and we found that they were not going to give us access. Our intention at that time was to do a court case in the Supreme Court. The import of that desire to do that had been to push them forward to open up the situation more. At that time, I began to receive pictures. People began from sources seeing my position on the point of the struggle to free up access to the scrolls. Pictures began to come to me from unidentified sources that I'm not at liberty to tell. And I suppose the reason I was singled out was because they figured I'd know what to do with them. And they were right. I did know what to do with them, and my intent from the beginning was to publish all the scrolls, have free access for everybody. I never liked this idea that only qualified scholars, because the moment you get into the idea of qualified, then they say, well, who's qualified? He's qualified and he isn't. Professor Golb in Chicago, who is a great scholar in his own right, because he disagrees with this professor over here, they can say he isn't qualified. Or a fundamentalist Christian, or someone who believes in the word of the Bible or something like that, because they don't like his theories about what he thinks about the Bible, then they say that he's a fanatic or a crazy. We're not going to give him access. That's not the way scientific endeavor moves forward. Scientific endeavor moves forward by free information. We began to see that the whole thing was kind of peculiar, and we began to look into the origins of what happened. And that goes back into the whole history of how the scrolls were found, who found them, and the process of finding. And your audience or your listeners or viewers may not know, the first scrolls were found in the middle of the Arab-Israeli struggle in 1947. And those scrolls, one way or another, found their way into the hands of the Israelis. And most people thought that was all the scrolls there were. That was considered or called Cave 1. As the caves were revealed, they got numbers in the order, chronological order in which they were found. So the scrolls from Cave 1 made their way ultimately into an institution in Israel known as the Museum of the Book. So when they got into that, and at that time the Israelis did not try to make any political capital out of them. They didn't try to build scholarly empires. They published everything. They didn't publish final editions with commentaries that let everyone have free access, and that was the right way to proceed. However, after that began to happen, more scrolls came in. At that time, the partition of Palestine occurred. Those were caves 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, etc., on up to 14. So between 1949 and 1956, a whole new other group of scrolls were coming in. But by that time, the area was under Jordanian administration. These were Hebrew, Aramaic documents. Before the rise of Islam, the Jordanians were not particularly interested in them. So who in East Jerusalem was Johnny on the spot to take over the situation? As it turned out, there was a churchman. His name was Roland DeVoe. He was the head of the Dominican order in Palestine. He wore 2 hats. He also was head of a school of French Vatican archaeology known as the École Biblique. He was the one the Jordanians, or he turned to the Jordanians, or vice versa. In any case, between the two of them, Father DeVoe basically took the documents off the Jordanians' hands. And in this process, he developed what he called an international committee. It was only international in name only, because first of all, it was always Judenreich. That is, no Jew could ever be part of this committee. So it was a fiction of an international committee, but on the whole, it was dominated by churchmen. For the few non-church or Protestant scholars that were part of this committee, there was always more cleric-type monastic individuals who were part of this committee. That is, the principal people were Father DeVoe himself, a man called Father Milik, another man called Father Starkey, and in the present generation, they have been succeeded by a father called Emile Puech. He is the reigning Dominican father at the present time. What we discovered that there was a kind of fiction developed here. That is, there were 2 kinds of scrolls that were coming in, and this is very difficult for you viewers maybe to understand. One were biblical texts. Texts of the Bible, old texts that showed that the Bible as we had it was basically the same text that was operating then. But there was another group of texts that were actually even more interesting. People would have thought the biblical texts were the most interesting. In fact, they weren't. They were new texts no one ever saw before, what we called sectarian texts or non-biblical texts. These texts always seems to go to these clerics. That is, the Protestant members of the committee on the whole were given the biblical texts. They were represented primarily by a man, Frank Cross, at Harvard, but the other texts basically went into the hands of Milik and this individual that we now know, Strugnell, and some others of that kind, Father Starkey. And basically they were getting the most interesting text because they were interested to see from this period what was happening. So what developed was an information management policy. Like any institution, information is always managed in one way or the other. And their basic desire was to play down, reduce the interest in the scrolls, and to make it look like we had documents that were not of the most incredible importance for the history of early Christianity in Palestine. So what happened between the early 60s and the present was that basically all the Protestant members were pushed off of the committee. Allegra was pushed off of the committee. A man called Hunziker in Germany was pushed off of the committee. The individual from England that we've referred to, John Strugnell, converted to Catholicism, and basically you had a committee dominated by churchmen and clerics. And that was the situation up to the mid-'80s when we began, as I said, to see this weird situation where we had utter secrecy and no one was allowed to see anything. And when we began to agitate, the strange thing is that we ran up against the Israeli authorities. And you might say, how come the Israeli authorities got into it? Well, a very peculiar thing happened. In 1965, John Allegra, who had been fired from the committee by the others, because he was English, had great influence with the Jordanian authorities. And at that time, the Jordanians themselves were getting very fed up with what they were witnessing as far as the secrecy of this committee. John Allegra prevailed upon the king and his associates to nationalize the material in the East Jerusalem area in the Rockefeller Museum. And so in 1966, right before the Six-Day War, the Jordanian government nationalized the Dead Sea Scrolls in the Rockefeller Museum as a preliminary step towards taking control away from this church-dominated group and giving it to a more open scholarly group. The Israelis conquered the area in 1967. They benefited from John Allegro's pressure on the Jordanian government. That is, the Israelis now succeeded to the ownership of the scrolls because the Jordanians had nationalized them. But the Israelis knew nothing about all of this conflict that had gone on before. And so they basically gave the International Committee a new lease on life. So we had 20 more years of secrecy now under Israeli sponsorship. When the Israelis began to realize what was going on in 1986, 87, and 88, and under our pressure began to introduce their own people, then they became sensitive because they said to the world at large, look, we've just got our people into this now. How come you're just taking it away from us? And that was the basic approach of the Israeli establishment, of the newspapers in Israel, and so on. But our response to that was simple. It was too little, too late. The time had come for open access to all scholars without differentiation And we achieved that this year through 3 events. One, the computerized reconstruction of the unpublished transcripts. 2, the opening of the Huntington Library files, for which I was a consultant and I was the first scholar to be allowed in to see the Huntington Library files. And 3, our final publication of the complete facsimile edition of all of the Dead Sea Scrolls, which we did in November, which included all the pictures that had been coming to us since 1989, approximately 1,800 plates. As far as we're concerned, the whole controversy is over.
Now that the latest scrolls have been released, where does the search for new material go from here? We'll explore that question with Professor James Tabor.
Can you tell us about what you're doing here today?
Our purpose is twofold. First, we have permission. You have to get permission to do anything over here. We have permission from the Israelis, from the Department of Antiquities, to survey, to do a cave survey from Jericho north of here all the way down to En-Gedi. And we're right in the area where all the materials have been found. Not only have materials been found right here behind us, but also on down towards En-Gedi. In other wadis have been found materials. It's a very rich area. From 100 years before the time of Jesus to about 150 years after, Jewish religious refugees, let's call them, were coming out into this desert, living, hiding, working, and they've left stuff. They've left scrolls, they've left their remains. So the biggest thing we're doing is every day our teams go out in the morning. We're divided into teams. They've been given a kilometer down the highway, and they map every single cave. And as you can see, driving up the road, we're speaking about thousands of caves. We have very detailed maps like this, which take each kilometer block, and we've taken each kilometer, like my kilometer is 253 south. I've been working on it for a week now. That means we go up in all the cliffs. You have to go up. What you do is you first map them from the ground as you can see them, then you start going up. What often happens though is you get up there and you'll see something you couldn't see from the ground. Like the area I happen to be in has 5 plateaus. And we discovered various caves and things that you cannot see until you get to the next level. The other thing that happens is you'll see a narrow slit, maybe 1 meter high, and you think, well, that's just what we call an animal hole, or maybe a mountain lion hangs out there. But you get up to it and look in, and it's a narrow opening into a whole cave, you see. Now those are the type you miss, but actually that the zealots and the messianic believers and so on would have wanted to find most, because that's exactly what the Romans would think, like, well, there's nothing there. Like the scrolls found in Cave 1, I mentioned earlier, small opening, you couldn't see. We will then begin systematic exploration. This will go over several years, of all the caves that look promising. This is a very lengthy thing. See, what has happened is when the scrolls were discovered by the Bedouins, the Europeans got involved, Father DeVoe and the Catholic team especially. But it was mainly treasure hunting, like scurry up these caves, look in them all quickly, let's hope we find something, then we can sell it to the Europeans for so much per centimeter. This is what it finally came down to. They brought it like in shoe boxes full. Here I found these. Where did you find those? Oh, in a cave over there. Sometimes we're not even sure where this material came from, you see. So we think there are still materials here and we want to find them. And we think they relate to the wilderness communities that were out here during all of these periods. And I would think perhaps there are materials from the Jesus movement. Now that would be a find. Nothing outside the New Testament has ever been found from the 1st century. But the striking thing about what we're doing, I'm still talking about the first part of what we're doing, surveying, is it's never been done systematically. See?
Are you using something special to help you find things?
No, when you go up in the cliffs, we are using radar ground scan equipment. If we find, let's say you go in a cave and it looks really promising, Roman pottery, fire marks on the wall, clearly inhabited from the period, and you have 3 to 4 meters of bat dung and debris. We are modern archaeologists. What do? We don't just take our team in with masks and start digging and sweating. We take the ground scan in, run it around the floor of the cave. It tells us how deep everything is. This is the new lazy man's way to do archaeology.
This is Geophysical Survey Systems Subsurface Interface Radar System number 10. The unit is the acquisition system, which is capable of connecting to the 500 megahertz antenna that you see in front of me. These pieces of equipment together can identify with changes that occur below the surface, and the hopes are that we may be able to identify with voids or cavities or changes in the earth that may present indications or evidence of where we might have antiquities or some other type of interesting artifacts that have been left here over the centuries. Mr. Thomas Fenner, one of our geologists, has used the equipment in Egypt in front of the Great Pyramids, where he's discovered a channel that has led to the location of some antiquities. It's been used in Greenland to locate a number of jet bombers that were lost after the war there and have been etched into the ice.
With the ground scan, you don't have to excavate, which creates great problems anyway with the Orthodox Jewish community about digging up a Jewish grave for scientific reasons. It's just not to be done. Now, when you ground scan a tomb, you don't get a lot, but and there aren't many artifacts in tombs, but you could at least verify where all the tombs are and so on. Now, we won't have time to do that this trip, but it gives you an idea of the possibilities. It's not the answer to everything, but it's certainly a time saver. And also, you don't go tearing up the landscape. Like right where we are now, if they lived right behind us here, and you walk right here and you see this pathway here, what was right here in front of me 20, 30 meters? It hasn't been dug. We can come along the ground scan. We might find that there were structures right here where we're standing. The land is so rich that it's going to take a few centuries to get around to everything. But we have to choose priorities. And for those of us interested in the roots of Western civilization, which takes us to Christianity, which takes us to Jesus, which takes us to this desert, which takes us to this spot where we're sitting, I would rather dig here than anywhere else. So that's why I'm here.
If you had only one wish, just one wish, in something to find, what would it be?
A letter written by James. And in that letter could be many interesting things, but perhaps just some even common things. Just because he was the leader of the group from the year 30 to 62, that's 30 years. He had an old career, and he bridged the generation, and he was revered by the Jews who didn't accept Jesus as well as the Jews who did. And anything from him would be, in a way, it would probably be the most incredible archaeological find of the century, only because, I mean, there are many Christians who don't even think Jesus had a brother, right? So here we have a letter from him. That would sort of nail it down a bit. But also, what would he say about his own brother? It would be very interesting to get, and he led the community. I said earlier, Peter didn't lead. Peter led, but Peter was more the missionary going out, you see.
Video.
But
It's coming from over here.
the home front, you know, the man who, if you read in the book of Acts, he gets up in front of the whole Messianic assembly and says, my decision is that we do this. And everybody, you know, this is Jesus' brother. This man has been given a great position. So, yeah, that's my fantasy. Find a letter from James and let it say what it says. But I hope it would say some fascinating things.
I'm going to do something I rarely do on the program. I'm going to read from the daily newspaper. The article appeared in the Dallas Morning News. Dead Sea Scrolls mention death of Messianic leader, and the New York Times reference to execution of Messianic leader is found in scrolls. I'm going to read from the Dallas paper because it's more complete, and the New York Times, curiously, omitted all reference to Scripture. The Morning News listed out all the Scripture. I find that interesting. In any case, the article went this way. The dateline is Associated Press from Los Angeles. Newly released text from the Dead Sea Scrolls mentions the execution of a Messianic leader, suggesting that some ancient Jews shared the Christian concept of the slaying of a Messiah, scholars said Thursday. They don't believe this. These are people who do not believe the Lord's report. The gospel is full of Jewish people believing in Messiah, but discounting the New Testament, and that's okay with me. The power of this new revelation is it's not biblical. There's an extra source now to read of Christ outside the New Testament. Technically, you could say I don't believe the New Testament, but I do believe in the historicity and mission of Jesus Christ. You could do that now. Listen up. One fragment contains 5 lines of text that describes a, quote, leader of the community, unquote, being, quote, put to death, and mentions piercings or wounds, said Robert Eisenman, a professor of Middle East religions at California State University at Long Beach. The text also uses Messiah-related terms, such as the staff, the branch of David, and the root of Jesse, said Mr. Eisenman, who helped translate the scroll fragments. Its language is close to that in the Old Testament book of Isaiah, which says, "For our sins he was wounded," and that is Isaiah 53:5. Many Christians use Isaiah's prophecies to aid to their understanding of Jesus, and that is significant. We've taught Isaiah 53 meticulously on our program repeatedly because it is so Christological. Mr. Eisenman said he doesn't know whether the leader mentioned in the text was Jesus, but he said the text has far-reaching significance because it showed that the scroll's writers and early Christians shared similar messianic ideas. The idea of introducing Jesus, well, it was someone at the time of Jesus who came for his people, was suffered and died and was wounded for their transgressions. So it sure sounds like Jesus, let me put it that way. But it doesn't literally say Jesus in the scroll. He said the text supports his controversial theory that the most recent scrolls were written by Jews who helped form early Christianity. Many other scholars believe that the scrolls were written by an ascetic Jewish sect called Essenes. The sect called Essenes lived down by the Dead Sea. Of course, I've covered the before. They were the people from whom John the Baptist was close to.
Outer God heirloom. It's a whole talisman.
In our footage. We've known for a long time the connections between ideas contained in the scrolls and Christianity. However, this particular idea, the idea of a dying is new and explosive, said Michael West, a University of Chicago professor of the language of Jesus. Of course, it's not new and explosive to anyone who reads the Bible, but the point here is these men are not believers. They don't believe in the New Testament revelation, but they have found in a completely separate source, there's a carbon-dated source, that there was a dying Messiah at the time of Jesus. Now that's a piece of news. The Dallas Morning News book is on page 1 right now, and New York Times page 4. The Dallas Times Herald page 5. Be interested. Depends on the time of the paper you can cover it at all. You can figure out what the newspaper is eventually, I suppose, by the page numbers. Mr. Weiser helped translate the fragment. Said it was always thought at the time that Jews at the time of Jesus expected a Messiah who would restore Israel to God. It's politically. Yet the newly released text shows that the Jewish scroll writers had the idea of a Messiah who would suffer and die. That's what explains Jesus. There have been messiahs through well, we have messiahs today. We have Reverend Moon, we have Lord Maitreya, we have Maharaj Ji, we have all sorts of messiahs. But the idea of the suffering, dying Messiah is what Isaiah and the other prophets forecast. And that is what Jesus did. He says that shows this was not an idea unique to Christianity. Well, of course not. But again, Bible readers can read Psalm 22 and Daniel 9:27 and so on and see that Messiah is to be cut off in Psalm 9:24 to 27.
But people not reading the Bible have now found this out. The scrolls contain the oldest known copies of the Old Testament and numerous other writings. Scholars believe that they were written by a Jewish sect sometime between 200 BC and 50 AD. That would put it 2 centuries before Christ and a few years after him. The 800 scrolls, most in fragments, were found in caves. We showed that on our former program. A group of scholars working under Jordanian and later Israeli auspices controlled access to many scrolls for 40 years, drawing criticism that they were sluggish in publishing translations. And of course, this is they still are sluggish. It's just that people made they made a concordance, and people from the concordance reconstructed painfully the original text, so the rest of us peons could at last see what they were suppressing here in these scrolls, and it's worth seeing. My, is it ever? If the translation of the fragments is correct, the text is very significant, says James Tabor, a University of North Carolina associate professor of Christian origins and ancient Judaism. It tightens the connection tremendously between the early Christians and the people who wrote the scrolls. Eugene Ulrich, a University of Notre Dame theology professor, said, "It's an interesting text. I doubt if one would call it explosive or revolutionary." This particular character is the one who was the chief editor. It says, as chief editor of the scrolls, Mr. Ulrich was among the scholars who had early access to them. He and his staff suppressed this information all these years. I don't think a man like this, a University of Notre Dame theology professor, would even appreciate that he's reading Scripture. Or has other reasons, but why he would suppress so important a revelation for so long a time is beyond. Many concepts once believed to be uniquely Christian were found to have been mentioned by Jews who wrote the scrolls, Mr. Ulrich said. What a revelation that is. Jews wrote the New Testament as well, Mr. Ulrich. Jesus was a Jew, Mr. Ulrich. He lived in Israel, Mr. Ulrich. Mr. Eisenman and Mr. Tabor said scroll editors could have published the text years ago and now want to play down its significance because it could damage traditional religious views. Mr. Ulrich denied that the text was withheld.
Shalom, hello again. Now you may remember in early November we made a program on the newly released text of the Dead Sea Scrolls. The November 8th newspaper had the article about the scrolls released, and several scholars who'd spoken up about new texts that were very exciting. And we made the program that day, and by November 9th, you saw it on the FAM network and so on around the country. And we quoted from newspapers. I had said on that program, something I rarely do is read the newspaper, but we wanted to make that show so fast. After these scrolls have been virtually suppressed for 40 years, there was no time to lose to get the wonderful news out. And we read right from the newspaper, and one paragraph that I read had to do with a certain professor. It says, if the translations of the fragments is correct, the text is very significant, said James Tabor, a University of North Carolina associate professor of Christian origins and ancient Judaism. It tightens the connection tremendously between the early Christians and the people who wrote the scrolls. Now that's exciting. And I'm going to come back to you right after this with Professor James Tabor.
I'm going to do something I rarely do on a program. I'm going to read from the daily newspaper. The article appeared in the Dallas Morning News. Dead Sea Scrolls mention death of Messianic leader, and the New York Times reference to execution of Messianic leader is found in scrolls. I'm going to read from the Dallas paper because it's more complete, and the New York Times, curiously, omitted all reference to Scripture. The Morning News listed out all the Scripture. I find that interesting. In any case, the article went this way. The dateline is Associated Press from Los Angeles. Newly released text from the Dead Sea Scrolls mentions the execution of a Messianic leader, suggesting that some ancient Jews shared the Christian concept of the slaying of a Messiah, scholars said Thursday.
And so, from the University of North Carolina at Charlotte is Professor James Tabor. And thank you very much. It's great to have a principal exponent of a new idea because you can't get it straight from the beginning. Now, you have three texts about the Messiah that we can discuss. Correct. And the first one is what we call the slain Messiah text.
Yeah, that's the one that caused all the stir last night.
This was in the newspaper.
That's right.
Can you enlighten us?
Yeah, before I do the 3, I'm going to also show you something officially. This is brand new. It's only been out about a week. In fact, I had it sent overnight UPS to have it for this show. This is, I guess you could say, the bootleg edition of the unpublished scroll.
This is the one that made out of the...
Dr. Robert Eisenman and James Robinson at Claremont. Eisenman is at Long Beach State. They obtained the photograph.
Wait, and these little fragments, somebody had to stitch all that together?
1,657 fragments, similar to the ones we're going to talk about. Who knows what's in them all? Never been seen before. In fact, I'm sure this book has never been seen before on television or Some of them will be impossible to decipher, very small. Others you can read if you know Hebrew just quite easily. This is only in Hebrew, so it is available, but unless you know Hebrew, there might not be a lot of point in getting it. But all the unpublished material is now out and available to any scholar who wants
Somebody who can read that can now see for himself.
In fact, the first 2 scrolls I'm going to show you, let's start with this first one, which we call the Slain Messiah text that made the newspapers that you did the story on November the 8th. I doubt, I don't want to be over dramatic, but I doubt until this show whether more than a dozen people have seen this, because it was given to a team of scholars, or only certain people have seen it. And now anybody can see it.
And then they've held on to it for some 40 years.
It's going to go on television right now.
Sure. Okay, folks, we're going to show you what for 40 years this team of so-called scholars has suppressed, and now it's out.
And many of them were good scholars. I don't want to say that, but for whatever reason, it's out. We're glad it's out. Now, it's a small fragment right here in the center of the page. It has other parts to it, but this is the fragment we're interested in, and I've got a blow-up, actually, of that middle fragment right here. And I think with a little bit of work we can read it together, and I actually want to go over it word for word because every word is quite interesting. It starts out, you can probably make that out.
Yeshayahu.
Yeah, Isaiah, the prophet, Hanavi. And now this word we're not sure of, but then it begins to quote Isaiah 11:1, which is a text about the Messiah. It says, there's the verb yatzar, there will come forth a staff, or not a branch, but a stem. From the Geza, from the root of Jesse. There's Jesse there. And then it goes on to say, this is kind of the striking phrase, Tzemach, the branch of David. So it goes from Isaiah 11 to probably maybe Jeremiah or Zechariah. Remember, there are references to the Messiah also being called the branch. So the branch of David. So very strongly branded as a messianic text, quoting probably, definitely Isaiah, probably Jeremiah, maybe Zechariah. And then it says something, it's difficult to say for sure, but something like, they will be judged. So perhaps that the branch of David will judge the world, or maybe that they will judge him. By the way, I'm reflecting the help of Professor Michael Weiss, who discovered this text in the photographs and his translation and the variables that I'm giving you here. Then very clearly it talks, you can see the word, there's a mem and a vav and a tet in Hebrew, which is the verb for to die. So this was the key verse that really kind of shocked people. It says, they will put him to death, or he will be put to death, the prince of the congregation, the Nasi, the prince of the congregation. Remember, the Messiah is also called the prince in Daniel. So it probably means the prince of the congregation will be put to death. They will put him to death.
Messiah, the prince, Daniel.
Exactly. Now notice that. That's a tzadi and a mem, but the other word is dropped out. But look, we have that right here. Tzemach again. Others, that is the branch. So they will put to death the prince of the congregation, the branch. I think one letter gone, but probably that's what it says. Then with woundings or piercings, see that? You can see halal there. With woundings or piercings, and then you go to this word, the priest will command, or the priest will command woundings and piercings. Seems to say then that they will put this nasi, or this tzemach, this branch, to death. So that's what all the stir was about. Suddenly we had a text from Qumran that clearly talks about the Messiah being suffering or being slain. That seems to be a valid interpretation. The verdict is somewhat out because we want to work on these other fragments. Maybe there are other materials that go with this, but that seems pretty clear, as you could see even from the Hebrew there. Wouldn't you say?
Oh yeah, let me certify for the audience, I'm not a Hebrew scholar by a long shot, but I can follow what's written there, and it's exactly as Professor Tabor's translated. The bigger question, of course, this was written down by the people in the Qumran caves. They weren't necessarily believers in the sense of they saw the activities of, let's say, Jesus for the sake of argument. And, they weren't writing a religious text. They seem to be reacting to events. They report the death of a leader of the community, etc. And they choose to refer to Isaiah's messianic prophecies to help identify this person that died. And the woundings and piercings is out of Isaiah 53. So on. It rings a familiar chord to them. The big question then, could this simply be referring to Jesus?
Yeah. We can't say who it refers to because he doesn't give a name. I see two possibilities. One would be that they have put text together, that they've taken a text like Isaiah 53 about the suffering of a servant of God, as well as a text like Isaiah 11 about the branch of David or the king, put them together. I think that's unlikely, though, because even in the New Testament, in the Gospels, you have the...
I'm getting a little hungry. I'm going to grab a quick snack.
I see.
Yeah! Fuck yeah. What's up? B-Town. Boston. What's up, you fucking clam-shucking interracial couple, nice. White guy, black woman, rare. What happened? Is this guy the lawyer that got your cousin out of jail? It's not a bad guess. No? You married? Just dating. Where'd you meet him at? Online? You were cruising for white dick online? Why? Was your pussy sore from a lifetime of huge black dicks? You didn't want to get pregnant? You fuck a black guy, you're gonna get pregnant. It's basic sports math right there. You know what I mean? Like a white wiener is really hitting a three-pointer. You gotta overcome so much to hit that egg. But a black dick's right there. It's just a layup, and then he slaps the backboard afterwards. Pack! Raise up.
Jay, that's racist.
Fucking delivery. You only need one jizz to come out. Just one sperm. Dunk.
I got a whole dinner thing going on here. I got hungry.
This isn't the first white guy you've been with. Yes, it is. It is? No. There's been many before. Damn, is this the first black woman you've been with? No? Shut up.
Oh my god, it's still so hot.
What, do you own a Dunkin' Donuts or some shit? Where do you find them at? This guy's fucking all the bitches on night shift. Hey, I noticed the drive-thru's a little slow. You want to glaze this donut? I'm so happy for you, too. Where'd you go on your first date? A Brazilian restaurant? Fogo de Chao? It's a little bit of a franchise.
I love Fogo de Chao.
He wasn't sure if he was going to show you the real money yet. Sure, bottomless fucking pork loin, Parmesan pork loin. We're all excited about that. He what? He brought you a gift on the first date? What was it? I hope it was something hilarious like lotion. Shit, he thinks a black woman would need barrettes with bows on them. One of those silk sleeping hats so your fucking fake hair doesn't get all whacked out. Hey, I brought you a do-rag. Thank you. Hey, I got some gold teeth for your, I got a grill for your 13-year-old daughter. What was the gift?
It was a really nice bottle of wine. So I like Spanish wines, and he listened.
You like Spanish wines, and he brought you a Spanish wine? He was trying to fuck on the first date. Were you terrified to show her your little white penis on the first time you had sex with her? No?
It's not that tiny.
You what?
It's not that tiny.
It's not that tiny? Where are you from? Where's that crazy accent from? London? Maybe it's not tiny. Wow, miss, you were going for the whitest of the white. You wanted him so white he has foreskin. Yick. Now you gotta clean out all that English bullshit out of his dick every time you want to suck his dick. Bangers and mash and a fucking... What else? That flag. Unibrows. Bad teeth. Did you ever go back and visit his family several times in London. Do they think you're in the play Hamilton? I'm trying to think of the only black things they would possibly know. Are you Lennox Lewis's daughter? I bet his parents love you. Did they? Or his parents not alive anymore? Your mother's still alive? What did you think of your black girlfriend? That's gonna be exciting. Yeah, it probably shows her off with all that London bullshit. Look at this, queen. Come on, are the girls laughing? No, she's in her phone. She checked out. We lost her. I'm just teasing you, miss. This is your husband with you? Boyfriend? Husband? Long time? Almost 30 years? You brought them. Really? You bought front row tickets to a comedy show and no idea who I was? This has been a lot. Apologies, I understand. If you don't know what you're coming into, this has to be a lot. Can I tell you who the hero of the night is so far? This beautiful black woman over here who laughed at all those black jokes and made you feel like we didn't have to leave. Now, miss, I could tell by your hat you have a 12:30 choo-choo to conduct, so... I'll try to wrap this up in a timely fashion. Yeah, dude, new couple, fresh meat. Try to swing with them. Yeah, dude, party with the choo-choo chick. Yeah. Fuck yeah, bro. This is your girlfriend, right? Okay, so I'm glad I wasn't offering you to swing with your sister. You guys are married how long? You said 30 years almost? Kids and the whole thing? Aw. What brought you to the show? What made you come? Free tickets? Free? For the front row? That breaks my heart. I don't know. We wandered in and they begged us to come. They said no one gives a shit about this show. I'm doing a good job, thank you. It's so weird, dude. By the way, it's a fun place to be in the world of show business. That you guys could be sitting front row, no clue who I am, coming in here completely void of anything. And there's dudes in this room who would murder for me. It's all dependent on how you affect someone's life. A lot of these blue-collar schnooks listen to my shit all day to make them laugh through a terrible work day. I assume you're the guy in the office yelling at those people. I'm a little something for everybody. What do you do, sir? Truck driver? Oh, perfect. You're gonna love me after this. You're gonna listen to all my podcasts and Sirius XM show when your wife's not around judging you for laughing at it. Yeah, I'd like to give her a crack in the mouth from time to time if I could. You look very proper. I wouldn't have guessed you as a truck driver. And as I assume all truck drivers, you're also a truck stop legend of arm wrestling. Is that not what truck driving's all about? Not just hauling things from place to place, but also making a legacy of truck stop arm wrestling? You ever fuck a lot lizard? You can't say in front of your wife. Damn it. He's a lineman? What does that mean? National Grid, but he drives a truck. Still fuck a lot lizard. Is it still cheating if he gets a blowjob but no teeth ever touched his cock? Because the sweet lord by the name of methamphetamines took those teeth. 60-something years old, sir? When's the last time you fingered? I bet it's been a while. This conductor's got no time for fucking finger blasts. Let's get to it. Bend me over. I got a 425 to Dulles. How old are you, miss? Do you mind if I ask? A lot younger than him? How many years? You look a lot younger. 5 years? No, I thought you were younger than that. How old are you again, sir? So you're in your 60s, miss? I would have never guessed that. You look fantastic. You got a bush, though, for sure. She hasn't shaved her bush since Flash Nick got her backstage at a Rush concert in 1992. Begin the day where the down to go. I think you enjoyed this show, miss, even though you wandered in out of nowhere. Do you guys live here in the city? Where are you from? Where? Providence. I've been there the last 2 nights. I'm there tomorrow in Providence. Hell yeah. I feel bad if it's a shithole. Why is that? Is it really a shithole? Why? Meth. I know, I said that a while ago on one of my specials, but I watched the Cape Cod meth, intervention. They did a season in Cape Cod, it's pretty funny. Yo, I'm fucking wicked high. Yo, my teeth are wicked gone. I'm sorry you live in a shithole, miss. Unfortunately, this piece of shit trucker can't make enough money to get you up here to the big city. You don't want to live in Boston, all these fucking freckly fucks. You ever see a ginger girl's tits? You can see her heart beating. You could check her pulse without even... Blue veins and fucking pale nips. Yo, where's your areola start, you fucking
sorry.
freak?
He's, I'm sorry, sir. Wait, before I get to this video, I want to go through this one first.
Isaiah's messianic prophecies to help identify this person that died.
Right.
And the woundings and piercings is out of Isaiah 53. So on. It brings a familiar chord to them. The big question then, could this simply be referring to Jesus?
Yeah. We can't say who it refers to because he doesn't give a name. I see 2 possibilities. One would be that they have put text together, that they've taken a text like Isaiah 53 about the suffering of a servant of God, as well as a text like Isaiah 11 about the branch of David or the king, put them together. I think that's unlikely, though, because even in the New Testament, in the Gospels, you have the disciples presented as not putting that together. They react to the event. Then they say, well, we know he was the Messiah, but he was slain. Oh, yeah, it must mean this and this. And they went back and found those texts, you know, these suffering texts. I think it's much more likely that the latter happened, that what we very well might have here, I'm not positive, but we might have a text written in actual reaction to the wounding or piercing or slaying of a figure that this group had great hope in. But to say it's Jesus, of course, that's going beyond the evidence. Although we can now say, if this translation holds, that this group also was thinking in terms of the suffering Messiah as well as the king.
Yeah, at least they had the teaching that Messiah came to suffer, to intercede.
They seem to have that. Now, sometimes you'll hear people say, well, Judaism teaches that. There's the Mashiach ben Yosef, the suffering
servant.
But you see, that's late. That's late in the Talmud and in other midrashic materials. This is an early text. You cannot show, I don't know of a Hebrew text in the Midrash, the Talmud, the Mishnah, you know, these ancient Jewish sources, this early, it talks about Messiah being pierced or slain. So this, other than the New Testament, this is it. But what it means is that other Jewish groups of the time were also in some way discussing something like this.
It isn't a big stretch for me to say somebody lived at this time before 50 A.D. He died or was killed with woundings and piercings. The people down at Qumran who had no axe to grind one way or another, that he made them think about the messianic prophecy of Isaiah, cries out to be Jesus of Nazareth.
I want us to do...
but that's not scientifically established.
I want us to do another show on the identity of Qumran and Christianity. Maybe we can get into that even more.
We will do it. I would love to do it. Okay, let me go to another text, and that's the so-called Raising the Dead text, which this is your discovery. Dr. James Tabor discovered this one, and it's very clear. I've looked at it. It has a direct reference to the Gospel of Luke.
In some fashion, it seems to. Okay. Now, this text was published in Bar Magazine, Biblical Archaeology Review, about the last issue, the current issue, actually. But before that, I had not seen it. It's in the unpublished scrolls, so no one else has seen it. I'm sure it's never been on television before. And it's got some interesting lines. There are 13 lines. We won't do them all, but I did want you to notice, because you do read Hebrew here, this is very clear. This is the end of the word. The heavens and the earth will obey. See Shema there. Just like the Shema, or Shema, and then Mashiach, his Messiah.
His Messiah.
So it starts out in this column talking about a time, a messianic era. So what this text has to do with is a description of what will happen when the Messiah comes. It just gives a description of their expectations, essentially. And some of them are commonplace. I've got a translation here I'll read. For example, it says that the Lord will visit the pious and the righteous he will call by name. Over the poor will his spirit hover, and the faithful he will support with strength. But as you get down to about line 8, which is right here, I think you'll recognize some of this language. He will release the prisoners, make the blind see, and raise up those bent in the dust. Now, I'm going to put this down a minute and come back, but you've got an English Bible there. If you read, I'll just let you turn to it. Read Luke chapter 4.
Okay, Luke 4:18.
Yeah.
The Spirit of the Lord is upon me, because he hath anointed me to preach the gospel to the poor. He hath sent me to heal the brokenhearted, to preach deliverance to the captives, and recovering of sight to the blind, to set at liberty them that are bruised, to preach the acceptable year of the Lord.
Okay. Now, if you look at some of the phrases we just read about release the prisoners, make the blind see, and raise up those bent in the dust, that is an allusion to the Psalms. In fact, it's Psalm 146, but also to, in Luke 4, this is where Jesus gets up in the synagogue and reads Isaiah 61. And the key phrase is the one you just read. Now, here's what this text says. Let's compare it. It says he will heal, here you have Rapha, he will heal the wounded, and he will make the dead live, the verb chaya, to live, like l'chaim, you know, in Jewish parlance. So he'll make the dead live, and to the poor he will preach the gospel. So what you have here is quite striking. You've got a partial quotation of Isaiah 61, what you're reading here.
But it didn't say make the dead live.
That's it. That's what I noticed immediately, that if you read Isaiah 61, the key phrase is that he will make the blind see, release the prisoners, and to the poor announce the good tidings, you know, the gospel.
Yes.
But if you turn over to Luke 7, just a couple pages over there, and this is a passage that we believe, in scholarly parlance, we call this the Q source. This is a very early source that Luke himself used. He says that remember in his preface, he says that he has looked at different sources and so forth. We believe that this is an early source he used, and I think it's around, you see verse...
I see verse 22, tell him to go, he asks, are you he that was to come,
right.
Do we look for another?
What it is John the Baptist, who's usually identified with this community in some fashion, he's out in the wilderness, same place, baptizing. You know, if you've been to Qumran, you know you can look and see the river, the Dead Sea and the Jordan River area. He's asking Jesus, are you the Messiah, or should we look for another? Now read, what is it, verse 22, where we have Jesus reply.
Yeah, then Jesus answering said unto them, go your way and tell John what things ye have seen and heard, how that the blind see, the lame walk, the lepers are cleansed, the deaf hear, the dead are raised, to the poor the gospel is preached.
Okay. Notice the last two phrases. The dead are raised, to the poor the gospel is preached. Now, it's partly then from Isaiah 61, but as you immediately notice, Isaiah 61 does not say that the Messiah, when he comes, will raise the dead. It mentions many of these other things. Yeah. And yet Luke's record of what Jesus told John the Baptist includes this phrase. Now, here's how I would see the significance of this. I think that Jesus is answering John in what I would call coded language. That is, they know what they're talking about. Signs of the Messiah. Built on these scriptures, such as Isaiah, the Psalms, but with this added phrase, raise the dead, as kind of the real key, you see. And
He's saying to them, you tell John this, listen carefully. And he quotes from a commentary written at Qumran that John
that
would
maybe
have been,
John would know, and maybe Jesus himself knew. That in other words, the groups are sharing this common belief, and it's not just a general belief, it's a very specific belief. Tick it off. He will do this, he will do this, including raise the dead.
I identify myself as Messiah to you, John, by this code.
By the well-known criteria that we now can see. And so I'm not saying Luke is quoting this or this is quoting Luke. I'm saying they're both quoting a well-known and well-understood, very patterned language, you see. Yeah. And I think this is the first absolutely tight linguistic connection of the New Testament. There are lots of phrases like New Covenant and so forth. But this is tighter than that. This is literally down to who's the Messiah, what will he do? We read Luke, here's an answer. We read this text, here's an answer. I think it's fascinating.
Dr. Tabor, this is quite a discovery.
Yeah. Another thing is we do not have clear references to the Qumran community believing in resurrection of the dead. In fact, that's debated among the scholars. Did they or did they not have that as part of what we call their eschatology, their view of the end? And as you know, in the New Testament, resurrection of the dead is the key doctrine. Paul makes it a big point in the book of Acts. You know, I believe in the resurrection. 1 Corinthians 15, you know, is very strong on that. This is one of our strongest indications that they do believe. There are allusions elsewhere, but this is absolutely clear in Hebrew. There's no doubting the reading. He will make live, literally, the dead ones.
Yeah, that's very clear.
So I think it's quite a fascinating text.
Very nice. Now, the Isaiah 53:11 text, which is about Messiah and the light.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Now, we're going here from unpublished, which is now published. I say unpublished meaning till last week.
Yes.
The two we just looked at, they're published now because Barr has put them out. But this Isaiah scroll, Isaiah 53, of course, has been known for centuries. It's in everybody's Bible.
This is, he goes as a lamb to the slaughter.
That's right, that's right. The servant. And it's variously interpreted. Is it Messiah? Is it the people of Israel? Is it a righteous servant, a tzaddik, you know, of Israel? But anyway, this is Isaiah 53.
Oh, I saw a dragon somewhere around
Beautiful
here.
Text in Hebrew.
Totally forgot
as you
about
know,
it.
in Cave 1, first discoveries made by the Bedouin shepherd boy, this whole scroll was found, complete scroll of Isaiah. Yeah. And you've seen it, I think, have you not?
Yes, I have.
Yeah, because you did that
was
program.
In the museum there. Yeah.
And I think you demonstrated that a modern Israeli can simply sight read this. It's that clear. It's absolutely
it's
clear.
very easy to read.
Now, so this is not an unpublished text, but it's an interesting text. Now, people often ask, when you compare the Isaiah of Qumran, which is 2,000 years old or more,
What was that dragon?
and the Isaiah text that we have today, copies of copies of copies, medieval Hebrew manuscripts, are there major differences? The answer is no. But there are some significant differences, and one of them I wanted to talk to you about is in verse 11 here. You have English Isaiah 53, verse 11. This would be the common King James translation of Isaiah 53:11. Go ahead and read it.
He shall see of the travail of his soul and shall be satisfied.
Okay. We'll just take that phrase. If you notice in Hebrew here, this is literally from the travail, there's nephesh, of his soul. He will see. Okay. Now, the word I've circled here is the direct object. He will see what? Light. That's not in your text you just read. Now, if you don't have the word light, you would have to translate it from the travail of his... Read it again. I'm getting mixed up.
Yeah, it's
what they did with that.
He shall see of the travail of his soul.
Yeah, which in a way doesn't make sense. See, he will see from the travail of his soul. Well, what will he see, you see? Yeah. So in the Qumran scroll, you have the word light. He will see light. Now, I think this is an allusion to resurrection. for this reason. Isaiah in chapter 27 and in other places uses light as a metaphor for raising the dead. The dead are in Sheol and darkness, and they see light. And this is talking about a man suffering, being buried, and then seeing light, you see. So the point would be that this word light was in copies of Isaiah from the 1st century, during the time of Jesus, during the time of Paul, during the time of the early rabbis. Apparently was in their copies. And now here's a modern Hebrew Bible upon which the King James was based, Masoretic text, standard text, in which the word light is missing.
Now, historically, some people don't like the resurrection for different reasons. One group because it's too hard to believe. Let's not make the people try to believe that's going to happen. Another group because it's written of Jesus and they don't like the idea.
Right.
Could it be possible the Masoretes, the ones who prepared this Masoretic text, altered an original text?
I think we just have to say that in the oldest Hebrew version it exists, in the Masoretic text it doesn't, and just leave it to you know, scholarly judgment beyond that.
But you have
this is a sensitive
here.
text, though. It's a very sensitive text, there's no doubt about it.
I'm looking at a page.
It did become sensitive in Jewish-Christian disputes. That's clear.
Yeah.
It's not read in the synagogue today. It's not one of the Haftorah readings. It's skipped, in fact. You read Isaiah 52 and you go to 54.
Why is that?
I think because of the slaughter of the Jews by so-called Christians, and it became very sensitive to, you know, in the medieval times.
He goes as a lamb to the slaughter. Still in all, it seems Christological on the surface.
That's how Christians have understood it, and some Jews have understood it that way. I'm also going to add this, because I want to stick with the 1st century. Here's a 1st century text. It does have it. I think that Paul, in his letter to Corinthians, 1 Corinthians 15, he says that the Christ, the Messiah, died, was buried, and was raised. And then he adds this phrase after each one, according to the Scriptures, which means the Hebrew Bible.
He read it to
Now, where does it say in the Hebrew Bible that the Messiah will be raised from the dead? I can't think of a place clearly. Not like this.
No, not
so it could be that he's referring to this text. I am persuaded that he is, because this text talks about burial, death, clearly, burial, and now with this reading, it also talks about somebody seeing light. Now, all I'm saying is I think that was Paul's interpretation.
Haven't I pointed you, I mean, haven't you just said Paul picked up a Bible and it said light in there? We pick up a Bible. It's not in.
I think it's likely that his text said light. And
so slight alteration.
Yeah.
Boy, an important one.
It's an interesting one. And by the way, the New International Version, which many people go in a bookstore book, has put it back in.
Put it back in.
And the new RSV that just came out last year, no, it just came out this year, has put it back in. So the 2 latest modern scholarly versions have included this reading.
How do they sit with Jewish scholars?
They're well respected. In fact, Jews were on the committee of the new RSV. I think scholarly Jews are interested in text. They're not interested in debating theology. So if the text has
maybe they're not
seems
the
to
best
be the oldest reading,
choice for
this is what
we can still debate what it means.
Dragon.
But it's in. I think basically it's in. And I wouldn't. In fact, the newer Jewish versions will eventually footnote it, I think, as time goes on. We're in an era now of open discussion. These are Jewish texts I'm showing you. These aren't Christian texts.
No,
all 3 of these are thoroughly Jewish texts.
Yeah.
And yet they're talking about things that Jews and Christians have in common and need to discuss.
And one problem we're going to take up on our future programs together is the sticky area of these are Jewish texts found in West Bank locations and controlled by Christian scholars. This is a weird area of modern, you know, I think of Daniel 12:4, knowledge will increase in the end. I'm sure he means spiritual knowledge.
Hey, yo.
These Dead Sea Scrolls, to
How
me,
are
this
you?
just makes me bounce in my seat. I mean, I've never seen anything so exciting.
They're fascinating. With these texts, as I was telling my students the other day, I have enough to do now for a lifetime, just working on these scrolls.
What a nice, and stay with me, will you? I'll chronicle everything you find out. This is wonderful. I'm honored that you came forward and joined us, and we're going to pass this knowledge along. And you'll be here for 2 more programs in which we're going to discuss still more
other aspects.
Aspects of these finds. So Dr. James Tabor, the University of North Carolina at Charlotte, he's Associate Professor of Ancient Judaism and Early Christianity. And Thanks so much for joining us.
It's good to be with you.
Well, now 24 people, and you have seen these Dead Sea Scrolls that are pictured in the newly released volumes. I'm so glad if you watch this program, and we're going to, of course, have this program and the others with Dr. Tabor and about the Dead Sea Scrolls on video so that you could get them. These are programs. I realize there's a lot coming at you in a program like this. If you're not a scholar of these things, I'm not myself, and the videos will be available for study. Dr. Tabor, thanks for coming back.
It's good to be back.
I should mention that you were cited in that original newspaper article that we read aloud on our program when it came out, November 8th. The program was broadcast November 9th. You were one of the people that helped release these scrolls. Now, I've understood that something like 40% of these Dead Sea Scrolls, and these were found back starting 1947,
exactly,
have been unpublished until now.
Until last week.
Until a week ago. Boy, I'm so grateful to you for coming and seeing us. I really am, and disclosing these things. But why did it take all this time?
It's an amazing story. I'll give you a short version of it.
Okay.
When Cave 1 was first discovered, the famous Bedouin shepherd boy who throws the rock in and hears the pottery and goes in, there were 7 complete scrolls found in that cave. They've all been published for years and years because the Israelis had them. And they brought them out very quickly. You can see them in the Shrine of the Book. But as other caves were discovered, 11 caves have yielded scroll material. They were under the Jordanians. This is getting a little bit into politics, but you see that area was controlled by Jordan. So they went to East Jerusalem, to the Palestinian Archaeological Museum, as it was called. Have you been to the Rockefeller?
Yes, I've seen it.
Okay, well, that's the place. It was then called PAM. And they were put under a team of Roman Catholic scholars, mostly who had worked at Ecole Biblique, the Ecole there, the school. And there was one non-Catholic. No Jews worked on these scrolls.
No Jews worked on
No
Jewish
Jews
scrolls.
worked on these scrolls. Interesting.
Yeah.
All the way up into the 60s. And essentially that team had the scrolls. They would give them out to their students, to various people, and there was no way to get to them. I was too young to remember those days, but people older than I have died now. One of my revered teachers, Morton Smith, died this year at Columbia University. He never got to see the unpublished
Waiting a
scrolls.
lifetime to see scrolls held by Palestinians and Roman Catholic scholars of Jewish writing. Okay.
It's a strange saga. Now, it was not until Father DeVoe, who was the first chief editor, said that they would all be out in 1962. How many years has that been? Almost 30 years ago.
30 years.
So it hasn't happened. 8 volumes have come out, but the more interesting material from Cave 4, if any of your viewers have been to Qumran, Cave 4 is that very easy to spot, wide open cave right as you're standing looking at the cliffs there. There were 800 fragments of scrolls found in that cave, and very little of that material came out until last week. The 2 texts we looked at on the previous program were both from Cave 4.
Well, I can
Look, the dragon's already awake.
From what you're saying that somebody read these texts and said, I don't think we should release these things.
There are all kinds of conspiracy theories that have been proposed, theories just about scholarly jealousies, who gets to have their name on these texts. There's been alcoholism involved, there's been incompetence, there's been all sorts of things. It's not a pretty story, but everybody involved is not the bad and everybody's not good. But it's a mess. Everybody agrees it's a mess.
Well, sure, and it is in the average office too, but 20 centuries we've waited for this
I'll give you an example. The group of other documents called the Nag Hammadi materials were found about the same time. You can get numerous editions now in English of all of the material that was brought out rather quickly. And with these materials, it wasn't. So what happened, actually it took until the 80s until the pressure really began to build. And Herschel Shanks, the editor of Biblical Archaeology Review, spearheaded a lot of this effort. But a great deal of public pressure. The public began to get interested in the late 80s, if you recall.
Well, it takes a while.
As the word got out, people didn't know. 40% of the Dead Sea Scrolls aren't out. People began to say, well, I thought everything was out. What's not out?
I did.
And you began to hear about it, and it built momentum. So
I had no idea. I would have marched with a
the
postcard.
story is literally like a mystery story. What happened finally is that Professor Robert Eisenman at State Long Beach obtained the photograph, not through any source that officially was given him. In fact, we're not even sure. He hasn't told me for protection reasons. I'm not even sure he knows where they came from. But he and James Robinson, the editors of this volume that we looked at on the previous
program. Not the
program.
evangelist James Robinson,
No,
but James Robinson.
James Robinson, who's a very well-known scholar from Claremont School. Just simply, I guess you could call this the bootleg edition. They simply put this out. These two volumes bring us up to date. In other words, with these materials I have here that were already out, and these materials, all the material is out. The problem is this is still in Hebrew. It still is raw material. It's got to be carefully looked at. You know, we've got years ahead of us. But at least any scholar now, I teach you to play, you know, I'm not at Harvard or Yale or Princeton, I'm at the University of North Carolina at Charlotte, but I too can begin looking at these materials.
Oh, I'm very grateful to these people that finally got them out of trunks and wherever.
And I think now, I just attended the American Academy of Religion meeting, which is the big national meeting of all biblical scholars, and there was a general sense of relief. These were being sold, and I think people were saying, well, finally, they're out, and whichever side you were on, the suppression side or the go slow side or the get them out side, it's over. They're out, and let's just go ahead now and see what they are.
As though it were some mere product with a patent or something. I mean, this belongs to the whole world. This is material for the heart. This is not a...
It's a very interesting question who they belong to. Okay, we already said they were discovered in 1947 on the West Bank, right? Jordan. So Jordan owns them, I suppose. Now this is odd if you think about it. What if some very valuable Arabic manuscripts relating to the very birth of Islam had been found in the land of Israel, and only Jews were looking at them? No Arabs allowed to look at them.
Good luck.
What do you think would happen?
President Bush and Secretary Baker?
Clearly this got very political. But in the Six-Day War, lo and behold, on June 7, 1967, guess what? The Israelis suddenly owned the scrolls. Why?
And do much.
They occupied the Rockefeller. The scrolls are in the basement of the Rockefeller to this day. These photographs were made back in the 50s or 60s. You know, as a preservation in case of war or destruction. So we have them. So now the Israelis own the scrolls, but the Israelis didn't want to rock the boat in terms of the team that had been working. There was patience in the 60s, a sense that, well, they've only had them for 15, 20 years. It's very technical. You saw how some of these fragments have to be pieced together. Give these men credit for the hours of work they've spent. This stuff was brought in shoe boxes, if you can imagine, by veterans coming in. Here's a box of 15,000 fragments. Sometime from Cave 4, it literally almost swept off the floor. What goes with what? So we give them credit for that. But then as you go through the 60s, the 70s, the 80s,
I'll get them next time.
some of this material, like you see in here, a whole page, it doesn't need piecing together. It just needs publishing. Let people read it. Let people look at it. So who owns the scrolls? That's the question. I would say essentially humanity, right? All of us. But the Jewish people, basically.
I would say even the Jewish people first, then humanity.
Yeah.
These things are written in Hebrew.
They're in
They're
Hebrew,
about the Jewish
and they relate
prophets.
to the very important period.
Jewish people first.
All of us.
Excuse me,
that's
sir?
the question. I would say essentially
I find this supremacist thinking offensive.
humanity, right? All of us. But the Jewish people, basically.
I would say even the Jewish people first, then humanity.
Yeah.
These things are written in Hebrew.
They're in
They're
Hebrew,
about the Jewish
and they relate
prophets.
to the very important period of what we call Second Temple Judaism. Christians call it the Judaism of the time of Jesus of Nazareth. What more? It's the foundations of Western civilization.
Of course it is.
I mean, this material, you realize without this, you know what we had? We had the New Testament, we had some rabbinic traditions, but the Mishnah and Talmud don't come until 200 or 300 years later. Yeah. So as far as first century, we had Josephus in the New Testament. That's it. Now we've got hundreds of additional materials from that very period.
Yeah, I would contest even the idea that the Jordanians own it because the Jordanians lived in that territory
They
in
owned it at that
1947.
time simply by right of
But
control.
that was Jewish land. Why were the Jewish scrolls there? Because the Essenes lived there. I mean, it's
Right,
simply a proof that the West Bank was Jewish land. There were no Jordanians.
You bring up, without becoming political, let me
Wow,
point
yeah.
out-
Way to bring
you
politics
up-
into this.
But that was Jordanians lived in that territory.
They owned
This
it
is
at that
scandalous.
time simply by right of
But
control.
that was Jewish land. Why were the Jewish scrolls there? Because the Essenes lived there. I mean, it's
Right,
simply a proof that the West Bank was Jewish land.
You
There were
bring-
no Jordanians.
You bring
Let me
up,
do a quick sound check.
without becoming political, let me
All right, sorry about that. I'm just gonna lower it just a bit more to 25 decibels. The browser's all the way up.
What does it mean politically? Can you interpret?
I don't think it's having too much effect at this point. I think the benefactor was trying to make a point in the past, in retrospect, that that now, at long last, you know, these materials are out.
It wouldn't make it.
Wait. This is key right here.
Some more scrolls.
Perhaps. Yeah.
Thank God that land come back to the Israelis. Another readable and in English.
In English.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. We'll say when those are
distinct text.
Aha.
Have to wait a while. However, Robert Eisenman and Michael Wise, the two men largely responsible for some of these materials, are going to bring out a volume of 200 of what they consider to be the most interest. I think Jews, Christians, everyone should discuss this material. It's fascinating. This is the Dead Sea Scrolls in English by Vermish. This is Penguin Press.
47.
Simply by right of
But that was Jewish land. Why were the Jewish scrolls there? Because the
together. It just needs publishing. Let
There we
people
go.
read it. Let
This is
people look at it. So who owns the scrolls? That's the question. I would say essentially humanity, right? All of us. But the Jewish
That's
people.
a great answer.
Basically.
I would say even the Jewish people first, then humanity.
See, okay. Why are you putting words in this man's mouth? I can't tell if James Tabor is in agreement with that statement. What you're saying is
That's the question. I would say essentially humanity, right? All of us. But the Jewish people, basically.
I would say even the Jewish people first, then humanity.
Yeah.
These things are written
That's
in
right.
Hebrew.
They're in
They're
Hebrew,
about the Jewish
and they relate
prophets.
to the very important period of what we call Second Temple Judaism. Christians call it the Judaism of the time of Jesus of Nazareth. What more? It's the foundations of Western civilization.
Of course it is.
I mean, this material, you realize without this, you know what we had? We had the New Testament. We had some rabbinic traditions, but the Mishnah and Talmud don't come until 200 or 300 years later. So as far as first century, we had Josephus in the New Testament. That's it. Now we've got hundreds of additional materials from that very period. to look
I would contest even the idea that the Jordanians own it because the Jordanians lived in that territory
They
in
owned it at that
1947.
time simply by right of
But that was Jewish land. Why were the Jewish scrolls there? Because the Essenes lived there. I mean, it's
Right.
simply a proof that the West Bank was Jewish land. There were no Jordanians.
You bring up, without becoming political, let me point out something that's kind of fascinating. We should give this gentleman credit where credit is due. If you notice in the dedication of this volume,
It says the Biblical Archaeology Society is grateful to the Irving I. Moskowitz Foundation, for its generous funding of this publication.
Mr. Moskowitz was interviewed in the Washington Post just 2 weeks ago when these came out. He said that he had marginal interest in the religious content of these scrolls, but he wanted to get these out because, in fact, as a Jew, he felt that Jewish texts found on the West Bank should come out immediately to make the point. So it's an interesting...
Probably should be said that all these things were written and buried there in those caves before the first 600-700 years before the first Muslim walked the earth.
Exactly.
Wow, thanks for pointing
that out.
that out.
Okay, so what's coming up in English? We can't study these. These are Hebrew.
Okay, I want to show 2 volumes that your viewers can get at bookstores. I'm ready to promote scroll interest. I think Jews, Christians, everyone should discuss this material. It's fascinating. This is the Dead Sea Scrolls in English by Vermish. This is Penguin Press. Readily available in most bookstores.
That's out, yeah.
And that's got all the material in English. This is a similar version of it. You have 2 choices. This is Gaster's version of it with Doubleday Press. But I would suggest that people even start with this material. If any of your viewers have heard about the Dead Sea Scrolls, but they've never quite really seen them or read them, this is material from the time of the New Testament, from the time of the ancient rabbis, contemporary. Begin maybe with the published material. Yeah. For the unpublished material, unfortunately, you're going to have to wait a while. However, Robert Eisenman and Michael Wise, the 2 men largely responsible for some of these materials, are going to bring out a volume of 200 of what they consider to be the most interesting texts. Obviously, that Messiah text that we discussed last time, in fact, both of the ones we did in your previous program will be in that, and I guess 198 others. Now that will be ready in the spring. So
pretty quick.
I'll update you so that you can announce to your...
And that'll be readable and in English?
In English.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. We'll say when those are, because we're going to do this right along. I don't think that there will be a time we're not doing a Dead Sea Scroll from what you say.
Like
in other words, there will be a show all the time because you'll be doing new ones. You're going over to Israel to dig some more caves. You're going to find some more scrolls.
Perhaps. Yeah.
Thank God that land come back to the Israelis. What's the benefactor's interest in the politics? I mean, is this going to change the end of time, or is the Jordanians going to back up, or what does it mean politically? Can you interpret?
I don't think it's having too much effect at this point. I think the benefactor was trying to make a point in the past, in retrospect, that,
the benefactor
that now
was trying
at long
to
last,
make a point in the past, in retrospect. Interesting.
Having too much effect at this point. I think the benefactor was trying to make a point in the past, in retrospect, that now at long last, these materials are out.
It wouldn't make a Jordanian heart flutter a little bit to say, gee, these people are my neighbors and that's really their scrolls?
We should interview Jordanians and find out.
That might be an idea.
By the way, in the 60s, Jews were added to the committee. Slowly.
Slowly but surely, and now there are
Jews on the committee. I should add that, just for accuracy.
It's probably going to help.
In fact, the head of the committee is Jewish, but it did take a while.
Well, if I found some Mexican documents in the ground in Arizona, I wouldn't call the Chinese to work on it.
And unfortunately, the early editors, this is a known fact, it was the front page New York Times, were openly anti-Zionist. Now, I think they would deny that they were anti-Semitic, but they were anti-Zionist. If you recall, the chief editor was removed just...
Well, now then, is James Tabor a Zionist? James Tabor? Sorry. Or is he just mentioning it? Oh, look, he taught Greek and Hebrew. Koine Greek. During the Branch Davidian siege in Waco, 93, Tabor and fellow religion scholar J. Philip Arnold realized that in order to deal with David Koresh and to have any chance for a peaceful resolution of the Waco situation, one would have to understand and make use of these biblical texts. Oh, right. After contacting the FBI, they sent Koresh an alternative interpretation of the Book of Revelation, which persuaded Koresh to leave the compound when he had finished a document on the 7 seals, but left the FBI skeptical and had the compound stored by federal forces. In 2006, Tabor published The Jesus Dynasty, which interprets Jesus as an apocalyptic messiah whose extended family founded a royal dynasty in the days before the destruction of Jerusalem. The form of Christianity. Wait, what? Which extended family? Brothers of Jesus. Of the same womb. But the Virgin Mary and all that. Will someone think of the Virgin? They may have been either 1, sons of Mary, the mother of Jesus, and Joseph, sons of Joseph by a former marriage, or sons of Mary of Clopas, named in Mark, as a mother of James and Joseph's, who has been identified as either the sister of Mary, the mother of Jesus, or sister-in-law to Joseph. Those who uphold the perpetual virginity of Mary reject the idea of biological brethren and maintain that the brothers and sisters who were either cousins of Jesus, which is the Catholic Church position, or children of Joseph from a previous marriage, which is the Eastern Orthodox Church position. Some Lutheran churches have accepted both option 2 and 3 as being valid explanations for the doctrine of the perpetual virginity of Mary. Ultimately, Tabor leaves the reader confused about whether he thinks the Jesus dynasty is a historical fact or merely an intriguing conjecture. They founded a royal dynasty in the days before the destruction. Okay, so then who would it be? Or what? James the Just? So it's not really his family. Oh, Judah Kyriakos, also popularly known as Judas of Jerusalem, was a great-grandson of Jude, brother of Jesus, and 15th Bishop of Jerusalem, according to Epiphanes of Salami and Eusebius of Caesarea. According to those same chroniclers, he was the last Jew to hold the episcopate. He's sometimes regarded as a great-grandnephew of Jesus. Bishop of Jerusalem. So after his death, they founded this royal dynasty. Okay. Tabor seems stuck in an endless loop, squinting across the sands of time, as much of terrain of Galilee and Judea, holding out for some imagined real contact with the historical Jesus. That's what I'm getting too. Okay. Didn't mean to do that. From this, I can't tell what he believes in. Some books are written to spread knowledge, others to generate controversy. This book falls into the latter category. In his Jesus Dynasty, James Tabor presents a reconstruction of the Jesus movement from a perspective that purports to be a neutral view of the facts. Unfortunately, Tabor's views are not neutral and his facts are not facts. Well. D. James Cameron, The Lost Tomb of Jesus. What is this? Oh, he just produced it, right? That's what it says. Produced, yeah. It's a pseudo-archaeological docudrama covering the discovery of the Talpiot tomb. It's a rock-cut tomb discovered in 1980. The film describes a finding, posits it was a family tomb of Jesus. Oh, okay. Maybe I'll put this in the watch list. Oh, a lot of misquoted scholars, I see.
Not too many months ago.
I read about that.
For making statements that Judaism was a fossilized religion and Zionist. Is Jewish. But it did take a while.
Well, if I found some Mexican documents in the ground in Arizona, I wouldn't call the Chinese to work
That's
on
right.
it. So.
And unfortunately,
That's such a dumbass statement. It's such a dumb statement, but okay.
The early editors, this is a known fact, it was the front page New York Times, were openly anti-Zionist. Now, I think they would deny that they were anti-Semitic, but they were anti-Zionist. If you recall, the chief editor was removed just not too many months ago.
I read about that.
For making statements that Judaism was a fossilized religion, it should have disappeared long ago, and you know, so forth.
Not very familiar with the Bible, is he?
And even Father DeVoe was pretty well outspoken as a person who would never set foot in Israeli territory or deal with Israelis in any way. So that's part of the story.
How can people, by logic, be chosen who are against the people who wrote the scrolls? I mean, down to the soles of their feet. Would not put his foot in Israeli territory. How would anyone choose him? Or did they choose him on purpose?
Well, the Jordanians chose him, obviously.
That sounds more like it. In order to bury the scrolls, maybe.
Who knows?
Okay, I don't want to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
This is, it makes me angry, I can tell you.
Well, you're Jewish, so you have the right to fume.
Okay, let's put it on record. Who were the people, anyway, the Essenes who wrote the scrolls? People say the Essenes. Help us with who wrote the scrolls.
Until, I don't want to put you off, but until this very important material from K4 comes out more, we've got so many questions. For example, before I saw that Wounded Messiah text, I could have spun one theory, you see, and now I've got to also factor that into any theory I might spin.
Okay.
What we can say, and that's why I think some of your viewers would like to see the things already in English, is you look at this group of so-called Essenes. Let's just call them the people at Qumran.
Okay.
And they're talking about a new covenant, preparing the way of the Lord in the wilderness. Sounds like I'm talking about the New Testament.
It sure does.
Baptism, holy meals, they have a council of 12. You can just roll off these parallels. They're talking about a Messiah and so forth. So the early idea was, well, these are probably Christians. You know, they are the early Christians. And yet, if you look at their legal material, good example, they say, for example, if your beast falls in the ditch on the Sabbath or is giving birth on the Sabbath, you can't help it. The Sabbath, the Jewish rest day, that would be breaking the Sabbath. Jesus is quoted, as you know, in Luke, saying precisely the opposite. Which one of you would not help a beast? So clearly, I think you said this on an earlier show you did, you cannot say that Jesus is a part of this community because he doesn't seem to share their worldview.
No, he wasn't legalistic.
No. On the other hand, he does not, what he shares with them is a set of ideas about the new covenant, the Messiah, the resurrection of the dead, the end of the age, you know, a world of ideas different from the people in Jerusalem. So these people are out in the desert. John the Baptist is out in the desert. Jesus is out in the desert.
Everybody's
They
in the
share
fucking
some
desert over
common
there.
enemies and foes.
Doggy.
And in that sense, that's where we are. We have lots of parallels, but I think it's really jumping the gun to say these people were Christian in any way. I just simply say they were the new covenanters of Qumran.
I don't
and
draw
sort of avoid
personally. I don't think Bible readers really do draw a distinction between Christians and Jews. Early Christians were Jews.
That's
all
right,
of these Christians were Jews. All the disciples,
right.
all the apostles
Yeah.
were Jews. I rather think of them, if I may, as people who, upon hearing of the Messiah, like all of us, either chose to follow him or not follow him.
Right.
Those who followed him
And
didn't
various
stop.
messiahs of the period were, you know, the Essenes might have followed.
Sure, there's
different-
Shammai, there's Hillel, there's heroes of the faith a lot. But the ones who said he answers Isaiah's messianic prophecies, as you pointed out on the past show, seems to me they were believers, but they wouldn't be called anything different.
No.
Say by observing
Exactly.
Romans, they're
Nobody
a
was
bunch of
saying that
Jews.
they're Christians. Right?
Some follow this Galilean, some follow this other rabbi.
And these Jews out in the desert, these Qumran Jews, are Messianic Jews. We're just not sure all they thought about it. But they're Messianic in the sense that they're very interested in, as we saw in these texts and other texts, in the Messiah and who is the Messiah and what will he do and so forth.
Yeah.
So they share a common heritage, I think.
Messianic
And you've been there geographically,
Jew.
it's striking. You stand up around Jericho or along
Isn't
the
it
Jordan
in
River,
the
look
Torah?
down. People sometimes say, I wonder if Jesus or John knew about Qumran. Were they blind? I mean, you know, of
Not the
course they
Son of
knew
God,
about
but
it.
the Messiah.
I think they didn't agree. I think it's not unlikely that Jesus and John could be two Jews who broke from that community, sharing many of the ideas, but having a different view of the law, of the Torah, how to keep the Jewish law.
Yeah,
Clearly
Jesus-
they're not the same as Qumran in terms of the Jewish law.
Some of Jesus' critics said he ate with publicans and sinners.
They would never come.
They wouldn't.
Never come.
People at Qumran didn't eat with anybody but
Paul
each
would
other.
be the ultimate apostate, to go to the Goyim, the Gentile world,
Sure,
to these people.
go over, yeah.
And yet you've got all those parallels in terms of worldview. That's why it's interesting. It's like we're in the backyard of where early Christianity began, thoroughly Jewish, thoroughly Messianic, resurrection of the dead, all these doctrines that
think I got a piece of ash.
Christianity
Go
later.
up my
And
nose.
we finally evolve a denomination that makes a priest who says, I won't set my foot in Israel. Amazing.
It can happen.
Just amazing.
Yeah.
Just astonishing. Okay, what now? Are we going to get more scrolls? Now, I know, and you've told me you're going over there and you're going to take machines, you're going to look at some more caves, and I'm going to send my Israeli crew with you so that we can get a look what you're doing. But what do you predict?
You know, you don't want to go predict you're going to find something, and the Bedouins have certainly, and others have sacked that land and tried
Well,
to
they've
find
gone through
various
the
things.
caves, yeah.
But it's never been done fully and systematically, and that's what a team is now beginning to do, of which I'm a part. Professor Eisenman is head of it, Michael Weiss, Philip Davies from Sheffield, England. It's an international team, and what we're going to do is systematically map and survey the caves with surface radar. It's never been done before. So you go in a cave and you don't start digging. That would be foolish. you try to find, first of all, if there's any particular reason to dig. This can give you a reading on up to 3-6 meters down what might be there, and doing it more systematically. Some of these caves, as you know, you drive around that area along the road, you'll see a little opening like this,
yes,
which if you poked your head in might be a large cave. Cave 1, the first cave,
yeah,
the original opening was small. The shepherd boy, you know, throws his rock in. And yet now if you go there, it's all open and you can walk in. So I think, like I say, I don't want to predict we will find this, but we're going, we go every December between semesters. We take our students and we go for 3 weeks. People who are interested can sometimes participate. And, you know, it's open, like all
on our own tours,
projects,
as we saw in the spot, we take our people on an archaeological dig so they can see what it's like.
And as time goes on, what's ahead? I have to believe that there's more material out there. And the one thing we haven't found yet, we found Bar Kokhba letters. Bar Kokhba was the Jewish Messiah, you know, of 135. We found the Qumran. You know what we haven't found yet are copies from the early Jewish Messianic followers of Jesus of Nazareth. We haven't found that yet. Now, did that stuff completely disappear or not? I don't think so.
The first church document.
I think when the war began, the Jewish war I'm talking about, not World War II. We're talking here on Pearl Harbor Day, so I'm thinking of, but when the war began in the first century, we have record that the Jewish believers under the leadership of Jesus' cousin, actually, Simeon, who was the relative of Cleophas. There's a bloodline there. James, the brother, had died and so forth. That they fled. And they went around the Jordan River, is the tradition we have, up and down east and west bank of the Jordan. Perhaps took stuff with them. I mean, this is an ultimate dream, but who knows? We have to keep looking.
Oh, wouldn't this be wonderful?
So,
how would it change? Let me speak to you as a Jewish person. For people that believe in Jesus already, more evidence is nothing surprising. They already believe.
Right.
But Jewish people, let's say, we've had Jewish people calling into our offices and writing into the program saying, why didn't the rabbis tell us these things? That is to say, they've never read Isaiah 53. They never knew the Old Testament prophesied a man exactly like Jesus. They didn't know the story of Jesus answers to voluminous messianic prophecy. Now, if you start getting letters out of the ground, I mean copied scrolls that can be carbon dated by disinterested chroniclers of the day. They weren't believers in this, that, or the other. They simply wrote down what happened and what they observed. And it comes out that Jesus' historicity is greatly increased. Everything he did, even the resurrection, seems to have been valid. How will that change Judaism?
I think what the scrolls might do for both groups would be to get Christians to recover their Jewish heritage, which they've largely lost, and maybe Jews to acknowledge more, and many do, many educated Jews especially. The scholars I work with, this is passé to them, it's a given, is to acknowledge that the earliest movement of Jewish Christianity, if you want to call it that, is a thoroughly Jewish phenomenon. It's not an aberration. It's a form of Judaism in the first century.
And ironically,
and to take back the scrolls, to take back Jesus as well. And I think both Jews and Gentiles, Christian or Jew, then need to meet together in a more common dialogue on these questions.
And in view of the...
as a scholar even, I could say that. I think we're all for understanding. You know, if there's a Jewish text that talks of a slain Messiah, let's talk about that. If there's this text or that text, I think we're in an age where everything should become open.
You're open-minded.
There should be just absolute discussions of all these things.
Now, my gosh, with stuff like this coming up, this is dynamite. This is going to shake people up on all sides.
I sometimes start my opening class in Christian origins at the university by saying, was Jesus a Christian or a Jew? And just pause.
Most interesting.
And then I say, for the next 12 weeks, we'll be discussing this point.
Good point. Same question comes to me all the time.
It's a hard question to answer for people. They've never thought about it. But I also taught for 6 years at the University of Notre Dame, and I think in that context particularly, this is the cream of the crop in terms of Roman Catholic students, very good students. It's very hard for them particularly to think of Jesus as a Jewish...
James, I hate to cut you off at a point like this, but we'll have you back again. We have to wrap it up for now, and we're going to send our crew with you. Thanks so much for sharing with us. I mean that from the bottom of my heart.
Good to be with you.
Here at the University of Chicago, Professor Michael Wise has just recently obtained photos of scroll segments.
Dr. Wise is an expert in biblical Hebrew and Aramaic and has found excerpts which address the Messiah in a very unique manner.
Now this is the fragment that has gotten some attention. It starts off by quoting the book of Isaiah, the 11th chapter, the first verse. A shoot shall come forth from the root of Jesse. The root of Jesse, of course, Jesse, the father of David. So here was a reference to a son of David, which was, of course, often a messianic way of referring to future figures. They had to be a son of David in order to qualify as the Messiah. And it goes on to say...
The Bible even specifies that Messiah, when he comes, whoever he may be, must be out of the family of David.
That's right. And the people knew that.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
So anyone they would describe as the Messiah had to qualify in that way. The fourth line here is the one that's really interesting. It says, Vehemitu nasi ha'edah, and they will put to death the prince of the congregation. Now we know from other Dead Sea Scrolls that the words nasi ha'edah, prince of the congregation, refer to a messianic son of David figure. They are speaking of a messianic figure here who's evidently being put to death. Now that's very, very important for us, and especially as the next line throws a little more light on it. Uvim cholalot yetzaveh kohen, and with piercings a priest shall give order. And we don't know what followed after. Again, it's broken.
Piercings as in they shall look upon me whom they've pierced.
That's right. They shall look upon him whom they have pierced. And it's the same Hebrew word. So it seems to be that this text is bringing together quotations from various portions of the book of Isaiah and applying them to a figure.
Yeah, but this author trusted Isaiah to the degree that he's reiterating this prophecy, applying it to a messianic figure of the time.
And it's very interesting, too, that he appears to be referring to Isaiah 53 because we don't have evidence in general that that very important chapter of the Hebrew Bible was understood messianically among the Jews at the time of Jesus, apart from this text. Of course, the early Christians, from the very beginning, understood that text to refer to Jesus. So they had a messianic understanding of that portion of Isaiah. But scholars have always said, well, did the Jews, other than those who became the early Christians, have this understanding? And our evidence has always said that the majority of the Jews, the only evidence we really had, suggested that the Jews thought the chapter didn't refer to an individual, but rather to the nation of Israel as the suffering servant.
That's usually the answer if one is trying to prove that passage to be Christological to a Jew. He says, my rabbi said that's the nation of Israel, that's God's servant. But evidently what you're saying is the people that wrote these scrolls thought this applied to a man, not a nation.
That's right. That's right. And it should be emphasized that this is one way of interpreting the scroll. Scholars are going to be writing about this scroll and many others for many years. There's very little that's absolutely straightforward as we study these materials.
Am I completely crazy to say that this is one of the great finds of modern times, that people are going to talk about our century as the time the Dead Sea Scrolls came out?
I don't believe that's an exaggeration at all.
I'm so excited. I don't know how to tell you, and I was from the first day that I heard of, especially these Messianic texts.
Well, we have another Messianic text if you'd like to look at that one.
Yes, Vakasha.
This is a text that starts off at the beginning here, speaking apparently, it says, Hashamayim v'ha'aretz yishma'u limshicho. The heavens and the earth will listen to, i.e. obey, his Messiah.
Meshicho.
Meshicho, HaMashiach, right?
Yeah.
That is the Messiah of God, Meshicho, his Messiah. And the text goes on to describe some of the marvelous things that this, and it's not clear whether it's God himself who's doing it or the Messiah who's doing it, and I don't believe it's really important because the two are so closely fused in the text, which goes on to quote portions again of Isaiah. We have here, down in this line, a reference to Yechaye et hametim, he shall raise the dead, literally make to live the dead.
Professor Wise, there's ongoing discoveries in the scrolls, and some of the most recent, I've understood, have messianic ideas involved.
That's right, Zoel. There are a number of texts among the scrolls that have very interesting messianic ideas or statements. This is one of the most interesting of the new scrolls. It seems to be related to the book of Daniel. The author, we don't know who the author was or who the seer was, the one giving the interpretation of the vision, because that's over here in the portion of the scroll that's missing. But whoever it is falls down before a king. and goes on to ask, O king, why are you so angry, and why are you gnashing your teeth? That which is to come, the great God, that would be God, of course, of heaven, has revealed to you, and everything's going to come to pass just as he says it will. And we have a portion here which is unfortunately more broken, and we've learned that that's a rule in scroll scholarship and in general in the study of ancient texts.
Or the Murphy's Law of Ancient Times.
That's the portion you really want to have isn't there, and everything else that tantalizes you is there. But the portion that's really of great
this is real average, isn't it? Daniel talking to the king. Yeah, there are several scenes like that in the book of Daniel, interpreting his dreams.
That's right. This is right along with that genre of text.
Sure. Okay.
But the point that's different and that doesn't occur in the book of Daniel is very interesting to us as scholars and to any person who's interested, I think, in the Bible. We have here at the bottom of this first column and going over then to the top of the second column, reference to a figure who is to come.
Read that for me in the original here and let me hear what it sounds like if you don't mind.
This is a text that's written in Aramaic, okay? And it says, Uvishme Yithkane, and by his name he will be nicknamed or called. And apparently it means a figure who will be called by the name of God or known by the name of God, okay, in a special way. Okay, now we go up to the top. B'rei di el yithamar, uvar alyon yithkone. The Son of God, he will be called, and the Son of the Most High, they will call him Yikrone.
Well, this is right out of the book of Luke.
It's very, very similar to the portion
Son
of Luke
God, he will be
in the first chapter. That's right, almost word for word identical. It is not impossible, Zola, that the author of the book of Luke knew this text, this Aramaic text, and thought that it referred to Jesus. Now, this text may not have been intended to be referring to any particular figure, but the interpretation of it is what's interesting. The Christians, early Christians, may have interpreted it in a way, and someone else might have interpreted it in a different way, just like we do with texts of the Bible today, and have all through history.
Having seen this writing, he, upon beholding Jesus, thought, this is the man that answers that text. Huh?
It is so close to the book of Luke, and the wording is so nearly identical that it's striking, and it's hard for us to, it's not difficult, let's put it that way, to believe that the author of Luke knew this Aramaic original. And of course, scholars have always thought that there might have been Aramaic and Hebrew sources that the authors of the Greek Gospels knew and used. There may even have been Gospels in one or other of the Semitic languages.
Fascinating. And you have others. Now, this has been buried for the 2,000 years, give or take.
That's right.
And we've just gotten this out.
We've just gotten it.
Oh,
and,
this is wonderful.
So we now have the opportunity to study what is essentially an addition to the book of Daniel, talking about a Messiah.
In general, the people that wrote these texts were Bible people.
Oh, yes.
And they lived in Israel, of course, the period of the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they were familiar with biblical books.
Very familiar. That was their reading. That was what they thought and meditated upon. Even those who couldn't read, and it appears that only about 15 to 20% of the population was literate in the ancient world. Even those who couldn't read, of course, could hear the scriptures being read and expounded, and this was their world. The people who wrote these scrolls knew the Bible better than almost anyone on earth today. There are a few, those who've memorized the Bible are the only ones who are comparable in their knowledge of the Bible to those who wrote these scrolls. Because these were the scholars of their day, the most brilliant men, and mostly men, we don't have too much evidence for women, of Israel spent their lives in this way.
So when they speak of a figure being messianic, they've read messianic prophecy. They don't say this lightly.
That's absolutely right. They know messianic prophecy very well.
They copied a whole book of Isaiah, for example.
That's right.
Now, what other messianic scrolls have you found?
Now, this is the fragment that has gotten some attention. It starts off by quoting the book of Isaiah, the 11th chapter, the first verse. A shoot shall come forth from the root of Jesse. The root of Jesse, of course, Jesse, the father of David. So here was a reference to a son of David, which was, of course, often a messianic way of referring to future figures. They had to be a son of David in order to qualify as the Messiah. And it goes on to say...
The Bible even specifies that Messiah, when he comes, whoever he may be, must be out of the family of David.
That's right. And the people knew that.
Sure.
Okay?
Okay.
So anyone they would describe as the Messiah had to qualify in that way. The fourth line here is the one that's really interesting. It says, V'hemitu nasi ha'edah, and they will put to death the prince of the congregation. Now we know from other Dead Sea Scrolls that the words nasi ha'edah, prince of the congregation, refer to a messianic son of David figure. They are speaking of a messianic figure here who is evidently being put to death. Now that's very, very important for us, and especially as the next line throws a little more light on it. Uvim cholalot yetzaveh kohen, and with piercings a priest shall give order. And we don't know what followed after. Again, it's broken.
Piercings as in they shall look upon me whom they've pierced.
That's right. They shall look upon him whom they have pierced. And it's the same Hebrew word. So it seems to be that this text is bringing together quotations from various portions of the book of Isaiah and applying them to a figure.
This author trusted Isaiah to the degree that he's reiterating this prophecy, applying it to a messianic figure of the time.
And it's very interesting, too, that he appears to be referring to Isaiah 53 because we don't have evidence in general that that very important chapter of the Hebrew Bible was understood messianically among the Jews at the time of Jesus, apart from this text. Of course, the early Christians from the very beginning understood that text to refer to Jesus. So they had a messianic understanding of that portion of Isaiah. But scholars have always said, well, did the Jews, other than those who became the early Christians, have this understanding? And our evidence has always said that the majority of the Jews, the only evidence we really had, suggested that the Jews thought the chapter didn't refer to an individual, but rather to the nation of Israel as the suffering servant.
That's usually the answer if one is trying to prove that passage to be Christological to a Jew. He says, my rabbi said that's the nation of Israel, that's God's servant. But evidently what you're saying is the people that wrote these scrolls thought this applied to a man, not a nation.
That's right. That's right. And it should be emphasized that this is one way of interpreting the scroll. Scholars are going to be writing about this scroll and many others for many years. There's very little that's absolutely straightforward as we study these materials.
Okay, for the sake of argument, the Gospels themselves relate that when Jesus presented himself in Galilee or Jerusalem or whatever, the crowd was divided. He, by no means did the whole nation follow him.
That's right.
In fact, the majority really did not. Yet, then I assume it means if some had expectations of this kind, then others had expectations of some other kind. He didn't fill the bill for them.
It seems that the general belief at this time was a belief in a political Messiah, a national figure who would arise and restore the fortunes of Israel. And that, of course, was the belief of even of the disciples of Jesus about his function.
To deliver Israel from Roman occupation.
That's right. As we recall in the book of Acts, shortly after the resurrection, in Jerusalem, he's asked, will you at this time restore the kingdom to Israel? They expected that Jesus would fulfill this role that was expected of the Messiah, that he would lead the nation to the former glories, that the nations round about would come to worship the God of Israel or else would be conquered. And so there was a great deal of what Jesus did that was not expected. And I think that was one reason why it was difficult for people to believe he was the Messiah.
And this scene on the Mount of Olives, well, we talked about that before we filmed today. Here are thousands of people, I suppose, waving palm branches and shouting, Baruch
Hashem, Baruch haba b'shem Adonai.
Baruch haba b'shem Adonai. Blessed is he who cometh in the name of the Lord.
That's right.
Now, in your view, some are shouting, blessed is this Messiah, in answer to Zechariah 9:9, our King comes. And others are shouting, blessed is this general who can heal the sick and feed people out of 2 baskets or a basket of fish and loaves. This fellow who's going to deliver us from Rome.
Yeah, many of these crowds, as you recall, disappeared when things got a little bit rough. You know, they weren't really believers in Jesus yet. They were willing to believe if he did what they expected.
If he would perform the way they wanted him to perform, they would follow him. But
That's
otherwise, it was dependent on his accomplishing some political purpose.
The idea of rising against Rome in this time was very popular. And if a figure would rise up and say, I will lead you to victory against the Romans, follow me, he could get a good following. We know of other figures who arose around the time of Jesus or before, who led people out into the wilderness. They would redo the wilderness wanderings as they did in the time of Moses.
Whose image makers may have said, he raises the dead.
That's right.
He walks on water.
Well, one of them even predicted that he would that he would march around the walls of Jerusalem and the walls would fall.
Oh, yes.
The Romans would be defeated. But that man wasn't a true Messiah because the Romans went out and cut his head off.
I'm reminded of Bar Kokhba in 135 AD, who led a revolt against Rome that led to 500,000 Israelites killed in it.
That's right.
And a total dispersion. He was killed defending a town the size of, what? Bethar was its name, I remember.
Yes, a small little town.
So people should appreciate Messiahs came down the road pell-mell a lot of the time.
And Jesus himself spoke of such things. You'll recall in the Gospel of Mark, the so-called little apocalypse, when he's talking about many will come in my name and they will say, go out to them. What do they mean when they say go out to them, to go out to this person? They would go out into the wilderness. There was an association between the Messianic movement, and I mean it that in that way. There was a movement, a group of different, a welter of different groups who were interested in this rise of a Messianic leader who would lead them against Rome. It would always involve going out into the wilderness. That's where they expected the Messiah to appear. That's why some believed that John the Baptist was the Messiah. He was out there baptizing.
Michael, what other interesting scrolls have come up now recently?
This text goes through...
And its shape is so strange because there's parts torn away.
That's right. This part is torn away. Yeah. This part is torn away. Right here you can see a
binding.
A stitching.
Yeah.
What they would do is they would stitch together pieces of leather. Each piece of leather would hold 4 or 5 columns. Okay? When they ran out of space for that, they'd have to start a new piece of leather and they'd stitch them together. So that means there were 4 or 5 columns before this and 4 or 5 after that. And we can start to piece together the way the whole scroll might have looked when we see this sort of hint. Anyway, this text is called the New Jerusalem text, and it goes through so an angel leads the seer, we don't know if it was Ezekiel or somebody like him, around the city of Jerusalem that exists in the heavens. It's going to someday be on the earth.
Oh, the New Jerusalem.
The New Jerusalem
is coming down in the book of Revelation.
That's right.
Oh my God.
And this author builds on the book of Ezekiel. The last 8 chapters or 9 chapters
A
talk
description
about,
of the temple of the...
That's right, the temple of the future and the city of the future, and gives all the measurements down to the last detail.
Yeah.
Far more measurements than are given in the Bible, and much more detail than is given in the Bible, in either the New or Old Testament.
Where did the scroll writer get his information?
That's a good question.
My word.
That's a good question. But I think that one reason that they went through all these things in such meticulous detail was that it was a sign of how sure that future was. If you could actually know all these facts down to the last little measurement, the last cubit, how certain you must be in your belief that God would bring this all to pass.
Oh, yes.
And how reassuring it would be to read this and to know that somehow these things were sure and fast.
In Daniel 12:4, in the end of times, knowledge will increase. And I guess he meant this kind of knowledge, spiritual knowledge. And we sure are getting it. And you're helping a lot, Michael.
Well, thank you.
I really want to thank you for appearing on our program.
Well, it's been fascinating. I never get tired of talking about these texts.
Many of the scrolls were prophetic in nature, that is, the commentary type of writing, and featured stories about future wars, the sons of light versus the sons of darkness, and so on, rather like the book of Revelation when you read them. And of course talk about the future temple. It was understood that the king would come and reign in a temple, Messiah would come to his people, a world ruler, and he would have his own temple. And it refers not to the 3rd but the 4th temple in history. We've seen 2 already, Solomon's and Zerubbabel's, also called Herod's temple. But we'll have a tribulation temple. Some people say that's virtually being built, although we have examined the temple artifacts in Jerusalem, and we've had them on our programs, and it isn't really being built, but it's sure being thought about. And then will be the 4th temple, the one that's pictured in the scrolls, the millennial temple. It's described in the Bible in Ezekiel 40 to 48. 9 chapters of description, and those who read the prophets are quite familiar with that temple. One controversy that arises is, do they need a temple anyway, since the temple was a house of sacrifice? 2 Chronicles 7:12, God says, I accept this place unto myself as a house of sacrifice. Well, yes, there will be a temple in the millennium, that's clear. Ezekiel's writing is quite clear. And yes, there will be sacrifices in it. And every time I say this on the air, I get tons of letters, but please just look in there. From Ezekiel 43 to 45, you will see plenty of sacrifices given. And why sacrifices? No, not to forgive sin. Sin is a thing of the past among the believers in the kingdom anyway. But the sacrifices seem to be of a memorial nature, a way to remember what it used to take to absolve sin, let's say, or how temple worship once was. There will be a certain number of sacrifices, and they are given in the Scripture. So before you write to me, how about reading the original? I didn't make it up. I read it there. Okay, but the writer who talked about a future temple in Israel was an inspired writer indeed. You think God gave him his utterances, because after all, this is an amazing thing to say from his position in the first century there out in the wilderness near the Dead Sea.
For the past 1700 years, Roman Catholicism has captivated the hearts, minds, and souls of billions of faithful adherents. Rome has always claimed that she is the only true Christian church on earth. Her doctrines have been filled with teachings of the compassion of the Virgin Mary and other saints for the average sinner's plight. Yet for the past 1200 years, the Catholic priesthood has been filled with sexual perversion to the highest level imaginable. Today, tens of millions of faithful Catholics are asking themselves how such a sexual perversion could exist in the loving Catholic Church in which they were raised, in which they were married, in which they raised their families, and in which they buried their loved ones. This series, Mother of Harlots, seeks to compassionately and with sensitivity answer the longing question tearing at their heartstrings. In video number 1 in this series, entitled Catholicism, the Church on Haunted Hill, former Catholic Bill Schneblin speaks about his upbringing within the church and his training at a minor Catholic seminary. Bill reveals much of the inner workings of Catholicism and answers many of our questions as to how the clergy could struggle so mightily. This video, Catholicism, Which Queen of Heaven Are They Worshipping?, is the second in this series and demonstrates that Roman Catholicism is not genuine biblical Christianity, but is really a practice of ancient Babylonian witchcraft. While this concept might be so shocking to you as to invite disbelief, former black magic Satanist Doc Marquis compares the two religious systems in great detail, proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Catholicism is Babylonian witchcraft. Doc Marquis was a Luciferian witch in the Illuminati tradition and is thus well equipped to speak to this incredible issue. Now, let us hear from Doc Marquis.
Now, before we begin, ladies and gentlemen, I need to give you some background information so that you can follow us better along in this series. Going back to the original flood of Noah, once everyone came off the ark, Noah had originally 3 sons. That was Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Now, Ham had a son known as Cush, and Cush had a son known as Nimrod. And this is where we need to begin our focus. Nimrod, his mother's name was Semiramis. What had happened? Because he was a mighty hunter, Nimrod was considered a great hero among his people. But you have to understand about Nimrod that he was not a godly man. As a matter of fact, if you check back in the book of Genesis, you'll find out it says, Nimrod was a mighty hunter before the Lord. Now the word before is the old English word for against. So in other words, he wasn't for God, he was against God. Eventually, a walled city was built with a giant spiraling ziggurat that went up into heaven. Literally speaking, it was known as the Tower of Babylon in the city of Babel itself. And it is at this place where the very first religion was started, and it is known as witchcraft. It's at the Tower of Babylon where we discover that Nimrod and his mother Semiramis really showed just how evil and diabolical their spiritual natures were, because they started this religion in opposition to the rulership of God over his people and the way he wanted them to live. Now, of course, at this point you may ask, what has this got to do with Catholicism? Well, ladies and gentlemen, by the time I am done with this DVD, I'm going to show you more than enough evidence to prove to you that Catholicism is nothing but the original occult religion started by Semiramis and Nimrod. The only thing is, it was just passed down through the historical timeline. Now, there are three people in this story we must focus on. First, Semiramis, next, Nimrod, and then, thirdly, the son that they had, which was known as Tammuz. And you are correct when I said that Semiramis and her son, Nimrod, had a child known as Tammuz. Yes, they were having incestuous relationships. Now, if we go back to the stories, the original stories of Semiramis and Nimrod, you're going to find more similarities in what we know to do with. Now, starting with Semiramis. Semiramis, according to all the stories, the Babylonian Talmud, and everything else in the occult world, was a virgin. And this is one of the depictions of Semiramis depicted as a virgin. Now, does this sound familiar? Because if we look over here, we now have Mary, who is depicted as a virgin also. Now, is there any truth to Mary being a virgin? As a matter of fact, that is definitely a fact. We find out in Luke chapter 1, verse 26 through 27, it says, "And in the 6th month, the angel Gabriel was sent from God unto a city of Galilee named Nazareth, to a virgin espoused to a man whose name was Joseph, of the house of David, and the virgin's name was Mary." So yes, this part of the story is true. As far as was Mary a virgin? Yes. And we continue on to find out that if we go back over here to the story of Semiramis, supposedly, and I must emphasize this is supposedly now, she was told, spiritually speaking, that she was going to have, and the quote is, an immaculate conception. In other words, she was going to have a child without intercourse. Now, the truth of the matter is that's an outright lie, because Semiramis did not bear her son, Tammuz, till after she was forced to go underground with her occult religion. I'll get back into that later on as we go, folks. But Nimrod, her son, had been slain, and she was forced to go underground with this occult religion, and she told her priest that she was having this immaculate conception. There was nothing immaculate about it, ladies and gentlemen. No. But did an immaculate conception happen? Well, we know, according to the scriptures, one did happen, and again, this was with Mary. We turn over to Matthew chapter 1, and picking it up in verse 18. So that's Matthew chapter 1, picking it up in verse 18. It says, "Now the birth of Jesus Christ was on this wise. When as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph, before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Ghost. Then Joseph, her husband, being a just man and not willing to make her a public example, was minded to put her away privily or privately. But while he thought on these things, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a dream, saying, Joseph, thou son of David, fear not to take unto thee Mary thy wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. And she shall bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people from their sins. Now all this was done that it might be fulfilled, which was spoken of the Lord by the prophet, saying, Behold, a virgin shall be with child, and shall bring forth a son, and they shall call his name Emmanuel, which, being interpreted, is God with us. Then Joseph, being raised from sleep, did as the angel of the Lord had bidden him, and took unto him his wife. And he knew her not till she had brought forth her firstborn son, and he called his name Jesus. So yes, we know that this is true. There was, an immaculate conception here, a genuine one. Now, accordingly, Semiramis was an everlasting virgin. Now, do we find this in Catholicism? As a matter of fact, according to Catholic tradition and belief, Mary was an everlasting virgin. Is this true according to the Word of God? The answer is no. No matter what you folks have been taught, that is an outright lie, and I'm going to prove this. If we are going to use the Bible as the ultimate authority of God's Word, of His mind, and of His dealing with His people, then we must search it for the truth. And I'm going to start here in Matthew chapter 12, picking it up in verse 47. Now remember, the belief is that Mary was an everlasting virgin. But that's what Semiramis was supposed to be. Was Mary an everlasting virgin? Well, according to occult practices and beliefs, Semiramis was an everlasting virgin, and if Catholicism, as I've stated, comes from the occult world, then Mary would have to be a virgin according to Catholic tradition and belief. And that is exactly what they teach, that Mary, just like Semiramis, was an everlasting virgin. However, when we go to the ultimate source of truth by which all things must be weighed, accounted for, and judged by, which is the Holy Bible, we're going to find out that is not the story. We're going to first pick this up in Matthew chapter 12, verse 47. This is what it says. Then one said unto him, Behold, thy mother and thy brethren stand without, desiring to speak with thee. Now, going on a little further in chapter 13, we continue with the same story, picking it up in verses 55 and 56. This is what it says. Is this not the carpenter's son? Is not his mother called Mary, and his brethren James and Joseph and Simon and Judas, and his sisters, are they not all with us? The Lord Jesus Christ had 4 brothers, according to what the Holy Bible just revealed, and at least 2 sisters, because it clearly stated, among other things, and his sisters, plural. So we know that the Lord also had at least 2 sisters. Now, I'm going to continue with this, ladies and gentlemen. Picking this up in Mark chapter 3, verse 32, it says, and we're going to run this all the way through. This is the same account. And the multitude sat about him, and they said unto him, Behold, thy mother and thy brethren without seek for thee. This is the same account. We go over to the next book of the Gospels, known as Luke. This should be Luke chapter 8, verse 20. And it says, And it was told him by certain which said, Thy mother and thy brethren stand without, desiring to see thee. These accounts are all the exact same accounts. You'll find them in Matthew, Mark, and Luke. We find out that the Lord had 4 brothers and 2 sisters, at least 2 sisters, I should say, because it says sisters, which is plural. So Mary, according to the Word of God now, not tradition, not according to Catholic teaching, and not according to occult teaching, Mary was not an everlasting virgin. This belief comes straight from the Babylonian system of witchcraft. You're going to find out as we go down, one step at a time, that there's absolutely no difference between the story of Semiramis and the story of the Virgin Mary. It just passed down from one culture to another. Now, we know that, according to the story, Semiramis gave birth to their god, okay? And of course, this god was supposed to be the reincarnation of Nimrod, who later became known as Tammuz. That's what the baby child was called, Tammuz. Now, is there any truth to Mary having given birth to God? Well, as a matter of fact, that is the truth and the whole truth. We go over to Luke chapter 2, picking up in verse 6, it says, "And so it was that while they were there, the days were accomplished that she should be delivered. And she brought forth her firstborn son, and wrapped him in swaddling clothes, and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them in the inn." There was no room for poor Mary in the inn. Now, I want you to understand something here. It did not say her only son. It said her firstborn son. We already found out back in Matthew, she had more than one son. Luke even verifies the Lord just happened to have been her firstborn son. That's it. She had 4 more sons and at least 2 daughters. This is scriptural. I am not making this up. I just read it straight from God's word, which is the ultimate source of truth and our final authority. Now, I'm going to show you, ladies and gentlemen, a timeline, a very interesting timeline. And I want you to follow along with me very, very carefully. Thus far, we have already covered 4 points about Mary that are true. One, and remember, we're going to go by the Bible now, the ultimate authority. One is, she was definitely a virgin. She was told through an angel that she would have an immaculate conception. She would also give birth to God, but on this 4th thing, she did not remain an everlasting virgin. That's part of the occult world. And what's further going to tie all these things in will be a timeline I'm going to show you folks right now. One by one, I'm going to show you something, and then I believe the end conclusion is going to startle you for sure. Now here we have a photo of Semiramis, an ancient statue, holding her infant son, Tammuz. You will notice this is a picture of the goddess holding the male god son. In this next one, from Babylon, this belief, this occult practice, mind you, bled into Egypt. And here we have Isis holding her male son, who is also a god, Horus, or who's also known as Horus the Elder. This next one, we have Yasaro holding the infant child, the god child, Krishna. In this next one, this is a Chaldean mother goddess holding her infant son. In this next one here, we have from Greece, once it got there, Aphrodite, again holding her male son, who is a god, Eros. In this next one, this would be, once it got into Rome, another rendition, would be Venus holding Cupid. This is a famous painting done by Rembrandt himself. Over in India, we have Isai holding Iswara, the male son, the god again. Notice he's holding, as I was saying, the son again. Here we have Xingmu of China. Same thing, mother goddess holding her infant son. Then when we get over here to the Canaanites, we have Astaroth holding Baal. This had been broken up. This was unfortunately one of those archaeological things, but that was Astaroth again of the Canaanites and Baal. All these things lead to one simple conclusion, and that is right here. Mary holding the infant God. You see, this is a progression, a historical timeline, if you would. If you would take Mary, who is holding her son, why is she holding her son? Because it comes all the way back here to Babylon itself, where Semiramis was holding Tammuz. It's a progression. You see how the occult world goes from one culture into another, and by the time it got into the Roman Catholic faith, well, the conclusion is obvious. It's the same thing.
Well, the conclusion is obvious.
And progressed all the way into Roman Catholicism. And the reason it did is because the very first pope, historically speaking, the very first pope himself, Constantine, was a practicing pagan. We will get into this as we get into this DVD. But the fact of the matter is, Constantine... Here. Mary holding the infant God. You see, this is a progression, a historical timeline, if you would. If you would take Mary, who is holding her son, why is she holding her son? Because it comes all the way back here to Babylon itself, where Semiramis was holding Tammuz. It's a progression. You see how the occult world goes from one culture into another, and by the time it got into the Roman Catholic faith, well, the conclusion is obvious. It's the same thing. It came from Babylon and progressed all the way into Roman Catholicism. And the reason it did is because the very first pope, historically speaking, the very first pope himself, Constantine, was a practicing pagan. We will get into this as we get into this DVD. But the fact of the matter is, Constantine was a practicing pagan. And what he did in order to swell up the ranks and to make Catholicism universally accepted, even among the pagans, he married the occult religion with this new, quote-unquote, state religion. This is why you see the progression all the way from Semiramis all the way to Mary. This is where it comes from.
Damn.
Now, another thing that is going to become very obvious when we start studying again and comparing Roman Catholicism with the ancient Babylonian system of witchcraft, the very first religion that was ever created, we will find, according to at least the Babylonian system, Semiramis had the power to forgive sins. You see, you have to understand how this works. You will find out that Semiramis had told her priest that this was Nimrod come back in another form, aka reincarnation. While underground, in order to keep control over all her followers so they would never reveal to anyone that their system had now moved underground, there was created for the first time what was known as confessionals. Now these confessionals, basically, these are the exact same ones you're going to find in Roman Catholicism. The penitent person would actually have a talk with the priest, whoever that priest was in Babylon at the time, and confess to the person their sins. Now what that person couldn't see is that all his sins and other things were being recorded, not by the priest, but by someone that was actually with him at the time. This way, should that person ever decide to turn in Semiramis or any of her followers, well, they had a complete listing of what this person was guilty of. They would easily just, bring that to the officials before anyone could stop them, and that person would never be believed, because guess what? He's broken the law, he's got all these crimes against them. They would send it in a split second to protect themselves. Now, all this under the guise that Semiramis could forgive sins, okay? Now, according to Catholic belief and Catholic doctrines, Mary also has the power to forgive sins. And where do you think this comes from? Semiramis herself. Again, it just comes from one occult religion and bleeds right into this one. Now, does Mary have the power to forgive sins? Okay? The long and short of it is, she does. We go to Matthew chapter 9, picking it up in verse 6. But that you may know, now this is Christ speaking, but that you may know that the Son of Man hath power on earth to forgive sins. This is reserved for Christ. It clearly says he has power to forgive sins. Now, in one other thing, let's go over here to Mark chapter 2. We're going to start this one in verse 2. We have the same account here of that story where Christ was healing the sick man. And he again says, speaking of Christ, but that you may know that the Son of Man hath power on earth to forgive sin. And he healed this man because he could forgive his sins. There is nowhere in the Bible where it says Mary has the power to forgive sins. There is absolutely not one verse, not one sentence, nothing in here that says Mary or anyone else has the power to forgive sins. It just isn't there. This is a tradition.
Okay, I don't think I'm meant
unfortunately,
to
an occult
beat
tradition that was brought into the state religion known as Roman Catholicism through Constantine himself, historically speaking, the very first pope. This is how that belief got into Catholicism. We also know that, according to a lot of traditions, I mean, when Semiramis died, and I must emphasize died because she really didn't die according to the Babylonian traditions. No, one day she just ascended and wasn't seen again for another year until she came back doing what's now known as Easter. We will be getting into Easter later on in this DVD so I can explain the whole of it. But according to Babylonian tradition, she ascended into heaven and she really didn't die, but she would come back. Now, isn't that exactly what they teach when they start talking about the Assumption of Mary? You see, Mary, according to Catholic belief, did not die. No, she ascended into heaven. That's exactly what every single Catholic is taught. Mary did not die. Like Jesus Christ, she was just taken up into heaven. But unfortunately, my friends, this again is just another one of those lies. Mary, like everyone else, is meant to die. Let's go over here to the Holy Bible and find out what it has to say about people dying. Picking it up here in Hebrews chapter 9, verse 27, it says, "And it is appointed unto men once to die, but after this, the judgment." So you see, everyone is appointed to die. It didn't say except Mary. There's no exceptions here. Even Jesus Christ himself died. We read the account in the Holy Scriptures after our Lord, God bless him, that he did this for us, but after he died on the cross for 3 days, he remained dead. But he also had to fulfill the prophecies of the Scriptures to where he would resurrect. Jesus Christ himself died and came back. Mary herself had died, and right now she is in heaven. Not because she ascended into heaven like Semiramis had. No, she went into heaven because she died a normal death. One of the titles of Semiramis, and the oldest that I am aware of, and remember folks, my background is in the Illuminati. I was a practicing Luciferian witch. I was a 7th generation witch at the time. But one of the traditional, if not the oldest titles that, as we're saying, I'm aware of for Semiramis is known as the Queen of Heaven. Now, this title, the Queen of Heaven, as it pertains to Semiramis, can once again be found in the ultimate source of truth, the Holy Scriptures itself. Going to Jeremiah chapter 7, picking it up in verse 18. This is what it says. And this is, let me give you background here first. What is going on? Sacrifices and other things are being prepared as an offering to Semiramis. And this is what it says. Now listen carefully to the title that they're going to give her. The children gather wood, and the father kindle the fire, and the women knead their dough to make cakes to the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out their drink offerings unto other gods, that they may provoke me to anger. This was a family affair. The children here gathered the wood, the fathers kindled the fire, the wives made the dough. And all this was made as an offering to Semiramis, as the scriptures refer to her by the ancient title, the Queen of Heaven. Moving on along, we can stay in Jeremiah. We go to chapter 44, and we'll pick it up in verse 17. Verse 17, it says, "But we will certainly do whatsoever thing goes forth out of our own mouth to burn incense unto the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings, and so on and so forth." Dropping down, also, verse 18. "But since we left off to burn incense to the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto her, we have wanted all things, and we have been consumed by the sword and by famine." Verse 19 again, they talk about Semiramis as the Queen of Heaven. Picking it up, verse 25 again, it says of these people, "We will surely perform our vows that we have vowed to burn incense to the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto her." This is the most ancient of titles that I had ever learned when I was in the Illuminati for Semiramis. She was always known as the Queen of Heaven. And her symbol was the crescent moon. It was a silver crescent moon, if we want to get very specific. So why is it Mary is now known as the Queen of Heaven? I mean, folks, I want you to understand one thing here. Please understand this. I am not a Catholic basher by any stretch of the imaginations. I don't go around trying to cause troubles for Catholic people. No. What I have a problem with is their occult religion, in that they have been lied to, they have been deceived, and they have been told, if you don't do exactly what we tell you to, we, the priests, have power over heaven and hell. We can determine where you're going to end up, so you will toe the mark. And that is an outright lie. And I'm going to show you these things, folks, as we go along. But let's pick it back up here, because, as I said before, you will take a look here. Here is one of those ancient paintings of Mary being crowned as the Queen of Heaven. And as the scriptures point out, this title, the Queen of Heaven, is a very ancient occultic one. It doesn't belong in the Catholic religion if there is nothing occultic about it. In this case, I hate to say it, folks, but like attracts like. Constantine himself, as I stated before, was a practicing pagan, and he married his occult religion into what he called a state religion. Now, as I stated before, the symbol for Semiramis is the moon. Now here's a very ancient stela. At the very top, you can see that there's a sun. Underneath, there is the crescent moon of Semiramis. The sun would be that of Nimrod, the sun god. Underneath would be the thaumaturgical triangle of Tammuz, the offspring. And here, this picture is a combination of all three. In other words, it represents the first family of the occult world, Semiramis, Nimrod, and their offspring, Tammuz. Now, if you take a look at this one here, you'll find we have the crescent moon of Semiramis, and here is the five-pointed star, which is known as a pentacle. If I had a circle, it's a pentagram of Nimrod, the stag god. And here we have the Greek goddess of the moon, Selene, the goddess of the hunt. But if you notice, again, the female goddess, which actually Greece she's coming to the moon, because it tells her there is the crescent moon. Before showing you anything else, we're going to go to 2 Kings, verse 23. We'll pick it up, chapter 23, and we'll pick it up in verse 5. Yeah, here we go. And he put down the idolatrous priests whom the kings of Judah had ordained to burn incense in the high places in the cities of Judah and in the places round about Jerusalem. Them also that burnt incense to Baal, to the sun, and to the moon, and to the planets, and to all the hosts of heaven. This was an abomination to God, to have any type of celestial symbol or worship of it. This was considered an act of blasphemy. And if you read what happened here in 2 Kings chapter 23, you'll find out, God was cleaning house. Just to paraphrase it all and shorten it, but God literally was cleaning up house here. Now, as I say, the most ancient of all the symbols for Semiramis is the crescent moon. You can go to any person in the occult and ask them these things. And as again, it comes down through the timeline, Constantine brings it into his religion, which is a state religion. And I'm going to show you. Here's just another one of those ancient lithographs. This one is, again, of Mary. And notice the giant crescent moon of Mary. Another one. Again, here's Mary, except this one she's being crowned the Queen of Heaven by, looks like a couple of angels. But look again at her feet. There is, again, that famous crescent moon. And in the more modern traditions of Catholicism, they're upgrading, if you would, from the old traditional to quasi-modernist, if you would. This is, again, supposed to be Mary. And look at, and this is a stained glass of her, look at the crescent moon. And here's another one. This is with the hosts of heaven. And if you look once again at the feet of Mary, there is the crescent moon. All these things, this belief as far as the symbology and that of the moon, comes straight once again from Babylon, because it started with Semiramis, just came down the cultural timeline and morphed itself when it came into Roman Catholicism. Semiramis is no longer Semiramis. She is now Mary of Roman Catholicism. But there was a lot of other things that will prove it's one and the same person. If you noticed, when we first started this, well, Semiramis had statues and idols that her followers had venerated her by. Now the question is, are there statues or idols that the followers of Catholicism worship Mary through? That one, I think, is just all too easy to answer. Let's turn over to 1 Kings 11, I believe it's verse 5. Listen to this. For Solomon went after Ashtaroth, the goddess of the Sidonians, and after Milcom, the abomination of the Ammonites. And Solomon did evil in the sight of the Lord, and went not fully after the Lord, as did David his father. You see, even Solomon fell into the occult craft and was worshiping idols. It says in verse 7, Then did Solomon build an high place for Chemosh, the abomination of Moab, in the hill that is in Jerusalem, and for Moloch, the abomination of the children of Ammon. Moloch, in case you folks don't know this, is just another countercultural idol and false god that originally was Nimrod of Babylon. But if you notice, God did not like people worshiping idols. Idols is not a good thing. Verse 33. And this is what God says. Because they have forsaken me, and have worshipped Ashtaroth, the goddess of the Zidonians, Chemosh, the god of the Moabites, and Milcom, the god of the children of Ammon, and have not walked in my ways to do that which is right in mine eyes, and to keep my statutes and my judgment, as did David his father. And at this point, God was removing all but a small portion of the entire kingdom of the Israelites. He was going to severely punish them for daring to worship idols. If we go to just the Ten Commandments alone, and you'll find that Exodus chapter 20, here in Exodus chapter 20, verse 4, this is what it says. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them, for I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God. Did you hear that?
Oops, my bad.
Not only are you not supposed to be making these statues, these images, these graven everything, you're not supposed to be bowing down to them or worshiping them. This is forbidden of God. This is right here in Exodus chapter 20, verse 4. But that's not the only place it is found. Over here in Deuteronomy chapter 5, picking it up in verse 6, we move down the same thing down to verse 8, and tell me if this isn't familiar. Thou shalt not make thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters beneath the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself unto them, nor serve them, for I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God. You see, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not sure how many people realize this, but the Ten Commandments just isn't found in Exodus chapter 20. It's also found right here, as I just read, in Deuteronomy chapter 5. It starts in verse 6. Now, one thing I have noted over the last 31 years of being a Christian and reading God's Word, when he repeats something, there is something of great consequence and significance that he's trying to get across to you. This is why, when he puts the Ten Commandments down twice, and this is just about verbatim, so I recall, he's doing it because he's trying to get these particular precepts of his into your memory to where it's just emblazoned, to where you will never forget what he's saying and why. You will find out one of the big reasons why he didn't want his children or anyone to make statues or images or idols of anything of heaven or earth above that pertains to him in any form of that is because he knows it comes from the occult, and all that stuff leads to idolatry. And this is one thing God does not tolerate. The occult world is an abomination in all its practices in the eyes of God. It doesn't matter which culture it's in or which religion it can be found in. If it's there, it's an abomination to God, and you've got to stop doing it. This is God, and this is how he views it. Now, according to, again, we go back to the original Babylon practice of Semiramis and Tammuz and Nimrod. Certain times of the year, Semiramis would come back. She would be seen, and there'd be visions of her and all these other things. Now, as I said before, I will get into that later on, as far as Semiramis and the first family of the occult is concerned, later on in BC. But have there been visions again of Semiramis that can be found in Catholicism under another name known as Mary? Has there been visions? Well, we take a look at this very famous, this is a hand drawing. This was back in May 13th of 1917. This would have been the vision of Mary at Fatima, and this would have been in Portugal. 3 little Portuguese children, Jacinta, Maria, and, I don't remember the little boy's name, but they supposedly had a vision of Mary. And Mary had, among other things, given prophecies. Are there other visions of Mary that's been found? Well, this one is the one of Lourdes in July 16th of 1858. This would have been more than 150 years ago now. But this is one when at Lourdes, this one girl, I believe it was Bernadette was her name, had a vision of Mary. And supposedly the water where Mary had appeared in this grotto had miraculous healing powers now. And this is the same thing we find with Semiramis. And also what you will find with Semiramis is, as I said before, she has her holy days. Mary, in Roman Catholicism, has her holy days. Semiramis is a co-deity with her son, Nimrod. Well, Mary owns co-deityship with her son, Jesus Christ. Semiramis is co-redeemer. Roman Catholicism also claims Mary to be a co-redeemer. And I want you to listen to something here very carefully, folks. In Romans chapter 3, I believe it's verse 24, here in Romans 3:24 it says, being justified freely by his grace through the redemption that is in Christ Jesus. It does not say that is found in Mary. It does not say co-redeemer. All this redemption can be found only in Jesus Christ if we were to believe the Word of God. Ephesians, picking up in chapter 1, verse 17, which, by the way, is after Galatians. It says, that the God of our Lord Jesus Christ, the Father of glory, may give unto you the spirit of wisdom and revelation in the knowledge of him. Notice this is in the knowledge of Christ. All these things, wisdom, revelation, knowledge, we found out in Romans chapter 3. Redemption can only be found in Christ. Going over into the next book, which is Colossians. In Colossians chapter 1, verse 14, it was just speaking of Jesus Christ. Here is what it says. It continues. It says of Christ, in whom we have redemption through his blood, even the forgiveness of sins. Notice we get redemption through Christ, through his blood, not through Mary's. And it's through Christ It says we get forgiveness of sins, not through Mary. It's right here, folks. Colossians chapter 1, verse 14. Read it for yourselves. And if you go just a little further, you have to go past the T's now. It's Thessalonians, then Timothy, then Titus. And then we get into the book of Hebrews. Now listen to this very carefully. And for this cause, speaking of Jesus Christ, he is the mediator of the New Testament, that by means of death, for the redemption of the transgressions that were under the first testament, they which are called might receive the promise of eternal inheritance. Notice, it was through Christ, who is the only mediator, not Mary, not Semiramis, and it's through him we have redemptions for our sins, not a co-forgiver, not a co-redeemer in Mary, and certainly not in Semiramis, but here it clearly points out this is only done through Jesus Christ. Now, the one last thing I'll do before I wrap this section up. According to occult tradition, Semiramis was born without sin. She didn't. So where did this lead to? Well, we go by Roman Catholicism. Mary was born without original sin also. She never sinned either. And this is what I find very interesting. Romans 3:23, it says, for all have sinned. All. Not some. Not just these people or that people. It says, for all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. Every single person has sinned. The only person who never has is God. Whether he was in the physical form as Jesus Christ or the Holy Spirit, it doesn't matter. God never sinned. He's the only one. Galatians 3, verse 22, yes. But the scripture hath concluded all under sin. Everyone has sinned, that the promise by faith of Jesus Christ might be given to them that believe. Again, Galatians 3, chapter 22, it is inevitable, folks. Everyone has sinned. Even though they say, according to the occult world, neither Semiramis nor Mary has sinned, the Bible, the ultimate source of truth and our final authority, says otherwise. Now, as far as, excuse me, Mary being without sin, or anyone else, now, but right now we're sticking unto, these two goddesses, who's the Queen of Heaven. Did Mary ever sin? Could she have ever sinned? Well, not only has the Bible stated everyone has sinned, but I'm going to show you something here. In the book of Luke, chapter 2, it should be verse 22 through 24, and yeah, here it is. And this is after Mary has just given birth to Jesus Christ. Listen to this carefully. And when the days of her purification, according to the law of Moses, were accomplished, they brought him to Jerusalem, speaking of Jesus Christ, to present him to the Lord, as it is written in the law of the Lord. Every male that openeth the womb shall be called holy to the Lord. And to offer, now this is what Mary's doing right now, and to offer a sacrifice according to that which is said in the law of the Lord, a pair of turtle doves or 2 young pigeons. You read the whole account. This is done as a sin offering. In other words, Mary was in sin. Mary had sinned somehow. You have to go back to the book of Leviticus, chapter 12, verse 27. You'll find written in there the accounts of when women, and I'll be tactful here, folks, when they spill blood during birth to male and female children, this is considered, the person themselves, the lady, is considered defiled and impure at that point, and she needs to bring a sin offering for the forgiveness of her sins, according to the book of Leviticus. As I said, that should be verse 12, verse 20. Leviticus chapter 12, verse 27. This is where that should be found. I think it's quite obvious by now. When we compare both ladies side by side, it all adds up. There is absolutely no difference here, folks. We could sit down here and argue this to eternity, but the facts remain is, when we compare Semiramis to Mary, we have the Queen of Heaven here, we have the Queen of Heaven over here. We have the Mother Goddess over here, Semiramis. We have the Mother Goddess over here, Mary. Oh, up and down, back and forth. It's the same person. And if you remember, look at how Mary, who is now holding her infant son Christ, where did that come from? Again, ladies and gentlemen, it's easily found. It came from Semiramis herself, as she was holding her own infant son, Tammuz. This is where it comes from. This is the state religion which Constantine had created.
In his blasphemous book, The Armageddon Script, Peter Lemercier writes enthusiastically about the worship of the great Mother Earth. He writes as though he is an astronaut in a spaceship in orbit around our planet. As they rounded the barren lunar globe for the last time, and the resplendent half-Earth once again rose from behind the now familiar curved and rocky horizon, what they saw coming up to meet them was strangely familiar. An image straight out of the racial memory, a god out of the world of the archetypes. It was none other than the rounded form of the great Mother Earth herself, clad in the same flowering robes of shimmering blue and white that had been those of Mother Goddess of Earth and Sky throughout man's history, and not least his most recent Mother Goddess, the Virgin Mary herself.
Now, we are going to continue to part 2, in which we are now going to compare Nimrod to Jesus Christ. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, again, just by using one comparison to another, you're going to start figuring out for yourself where did all this come from. This, again, is nothing but the original perversion and very first occult religion that was found in Babylon itself. We just finished speaking about the goddess of the occult world, known as Semiramis. We are now going to get into the god of this occult world, of the Babylonian especially, since this is where it all began, and his name was Nimrod. Now, Nimrod, according to the Holy Scriptures, which we've already discussed, was a mighty hunter before the Lord and started the great city known as Babylon. It was ringed about by a great wall, and they built a giant ziggurat that spiraled into heaven. Now, if we go by this ancient stela, this is a very interesting one. This one shows how over here we have Nimrod, the stars of heaven, and we have his followers over here up this ziggurat itself, Tower of Babylon, how they're shooting at the stars of heaven and trying to make war with God. Silly thought that, you know, human beings should actually make war with God on his level. It just isn't going to happen. But, I should say, Nimrod thought himself to be a god. So he could contend with the one and only true God, which is absolutely ridiculous. But when we compare Nimrod to Jesus Christ was God. He was human and God. Nimrod himself was a human and supposedly a god. And you're going to find the comparisons between Jesus Christ and Nimrod very, very interesting, because throughout the Bible, especially in the Old Testament, there are 333 prophecies that deal with a coming Messiah, someone that would pay the ultimate price for our sins, and that was Jesus Christ. Now, the one person who will know the Bible better than I ever hope to, better than my friend Chris Pinto ever will, better than any biblical scholar in this life, is Satan himself. Strange as it sounds, but Satan really does know the Bible better than any of us, because he knows the plans of God. He knows what's coming down the road, and he intends to stop that at any price. For God be praised, we know that's not going to happen. But that's not going to try to stop Satan from trying to do it anyways. Now, so he is very well aware of all these prophecies that we're dealing with the coming Messiah, Jesus Christ. So in order to stop Jesus Christ from being recognized as the true and one God, he introduced all this stuff that was going to identify Christ as Messiah and brought it straight into the occult world, so people would think this is what we're talking about. This is where it all comes from. But Satan did that to confuse the issue, so no one would recognize Christ as the true Messiah. Now, according to the myths and stories about Nimrod, Nimrod was slain by his uncle Ham and had his body scattered throughout all the cities around Babylon at that time. I believe there was 8 total, as a warning to anyone who would ever dare practice the occult again and create such abominations before the eyes of God. Nimrod was just taken out and hacked in pieces. Accordingly, he was going to come back through an act of reincarnation. He wasn't going to be dead forever. He was going to come back. And according to the stories, this would be Nimrod coming back as Tammuz. Now here is another picture that shows the soul of Nimrod, who would be coming back to the act of reincarnation as Tammuz. This is where it would come from. Now, this is where it gets interesting, because the thing is, you see, we have Nimrod, who was slain by mortal hands, who would be coming back through reincarnation. And according to the scriptures, we know Jesus Christ was slain by mortal hands, but he came back through resurrection. He was able to bring his own life back. This isn't, we're going to go into another body and go through the wheel of life and come back to the process of reincarnation. No. This was genuine resurrection, where Christ reclaimed his own life. But again, Satan had already put all this information way ahead of time before Christ came, so that the issue could get that badly confused. But the truth is, I'm going to show you how this was done so you will understand it. Now, as I said before, Nimrod, according to the beliefs, was going to come back as his son through the process of reincarnation, and his son was known as Tammuz. Now, I want you to pay close attention over here to his staff. This is the staff of Tammuz, and if you notice, it looks like a cross, but most importantly, look at the pine cone that is atop of it. I will explain this in a bit. Now, here we have an ancient stela of Tammuz, again, holding his staff, and over here it was broken, but you can see if you look here that it was at one time a pine cone. Now, the reason it is a pine cone is because in the occult world, there are certain trees that are considered very, very sacred. In the Illuminati, the most sacred of all the trees to them is the oak, because the oak tree is very strong, very long-lived, and very durable. This is what the Illuminati envisioned for themselves. In Egypt, for their god, the most sacred of all trees was the palm tree. In different places, it just depends, like in Scandinavia, for Odin, his sacred tree would have been the fir tree. It just depends on which branch of the occult you're looking at. But in this system, the pine cone is the most sacred. It's the pine tree. So then, why is there? And I'm going to show you I have to show you. This giant pine cone is actually in Vatican City itself. This is the pine cone, the sacred pine cone of Tammuz. Now, here we have a picture of Pope John Paul II with the bent and twisted cross. But what I want you to take a look at carefully is that the cross itself is on top of the sacred pine cone of Tammuz. This is the same pine cone.
Before Doc goes on to explain more instances of the pine cone in use in the Catholic Church, we need to pause to examine the bent, twisted crucifix to which Doc has alluded. Please notice the crucifix that Pope John Paul II is holding up to the people at left. Study it closely, and you will realize it is not a traditional crucifix as we show below. Rather, this crucifix is known as a bent cross. But what does that mean? For the answer to that question, let us turn to a Roman Catholic author, Piers Compton, writing in his book, The Broken Cross, Hidden Hand in the Vatican, Channel Islands, Neville Spearman, 1981. This bent crucifix is a sinister symbol used by Satanists in the 6th century that had been revived at the time of Vatican II. This was a bent or broken cross on which was displayed a repulsive and distorted figure of Christ, which the black magicians and sorcerers of the Middle Ages had made use of to represent the biblical term Mark of the Beast. Yet not only Paul VI, but his successors, the two John Pauls, carried that object and held it up to be revered by crowds who had not the slightest idea that it stood for Antichrist. On page 56, Compton prints a picture of the Pope, John Paul II, holding this bent or broken cross, just as we have shown it at the left. Therefore, Pope John Paul II is telling all the occultists the world over that he is not a traditional pope, but a pope that is committed to carrying out the role of the world religious leader as called for in the New World Order plan. Another Roman Catholic author, Malachi Martin, makes this same claim, that Pope John Paul II is committed to the New World Order plan in his book, The Keys to This Blood. Since a picture is worth 1,000 words, we have printed the traditional crucifix to the right. As you can see, the cross here is not bent in any way, top or bottom. Further, the picture of Jesus Christ is a full figure without any kind of distortion or disfiguration. The traditional Roman Catholic crucifix is very, very different from the bent cross above. We Protestants have always objected to the traditional crucifix because it holds Jesus Christ up to continual shame, which is forbidden in Hebrews 6:6. Indeed, this is the basis upon which we Protestants object to the entire Mass, but that is the subject of another article. As you can see, the crucifix which Pope John Paul II is holding up to adoring crowds is not the traditional crucifix, but is the satanic bent or broken cross. This bent crucifix was created by Satanists to depict Antichrist and his mark of the beast. Very soon you will see the appearance of a global leader, calling himself the Christ, who will claim to be Jesus Christ returned, the Jewish Messiah, and the avatar figure for which all the major religions are awaiting, all in one man. This will be Antichrist. Then very quickly thereafter, a global religious leader will step forward to aid the Antichrist. This religious leader will possess the same miraculous power of Antichrist. At this moment, the prophecy of Revelation 13:11-14 will be fulfilled. This global religious leader will be the biblical false prophet. The New World Order plan calls for this global religious leader, the false prophet, to be the Roman Catholic Pope.
And if we look over here, we have another one of the same Pope with Christ, as you can see, on top of the sacred pine cone of Tammuz. There's absolutely no difference. This is being passed down from the occult into the occult. That's because it's the same religion, people. It's just got a different name. I tell folks, I don't know how many times I've told people over the last 30-some odd years, the occult religion has never changed. It's always been the same. All that's ever changed were the names. As it went from one culture to another, it just blended in, became part of the whole, and the names changed. That's the only thing. It's always remained the same. Now, what I want you to do is look carefully at this one, folks. This one is going to shock you. This is one of the sacred relics of Catholicism, and this is known as the Grapevine Cross of St. Nino. But what is it? It is an inverted cross that is used in Satanism. That's exactly what it is, folks. And yet, that's supposed to be a sacred relic because it's supposed to have part of the actual crucifix of Christ in it. And this one, folks, this is going to absolutely shock you, but I made sure that this was taken at the best imaging it could, because this photo was taken live by CNN when Pope John Paul II was visiting the Holy Mount where Christ gave the Sermon on the Mount. And this was, as I said, this was him doing a sermon right at the chapel there. Now, what I want you to do, not so much as look at the Pope, but look at what's directly behind him. Now, am I just these things, or is that an upside-down cross that is only found in the satanic world? Satanism, just like witchcraft, predates, well, Satanism itself, I should say, the beginning of its practice predates Catholicism by more than 2,000 years. Witchcraft itself, or in this case, the Babylonian system of witchcraft, which so much of it is found in the Illuminati to this very day, predates Christianity by almost 6,000 years. So, my question therefore is, what is an inverted, upside-down satanic cross doing behind the pulpit? This is just a harmless Catholic religion. Now, someone tried to say, oh, well, this is in reference to, I think it was either Peter or Paul, who said that they were not worthy to be crucified upright like Christ, and so he was crucified upside down. Sorry, folks, there's no crucifix there. There's nothing there that even gives you a hint of that. This is the exact same symbol and inverted cross that has been found at, I don't know how many different crime scenes I have helped with over the years. I've worked with local law sheriff departments all the way up to present and former day members of the FBI in helping solve occult crimes. Some of them you might have heard, like the one back in the late 80s. That one was in Matamoros, Mexico. That one was really heartbreaking, and we did a number of shows on that. But the one thing I want you to understand, folks, is symbols like this and such, these are purely occultic. They have absolutely nothing to do with Jesus Christ or his word. And if you remember, among other things, Christ himself said, and even if this is supposedly a true symbol, Christ, God's own word says we're not supposed to be making images or statues or idols of anything that is heaven above and the earth beneath that pertains to him. Absolutely, zero, zilch, nada. So this has no business being there, especially since it's an ancient occult symbol that predates Catholicism by more than 2,000 years. Now, as I said before, if we take a look here, we see again that ancient stela that shows the culmination of the sun god with the sun, the moon goddess, the crescent moon of Semiramis, and the triangle, which combines to form the god and goddess of the occult world. Okay, these are idols. Every single one of these are idols that were made to worship the false gods in the occult world. And yet, you will find these same idols under different names in Roman Catholicism. Now, again, I want you to take a look at this one. You will find here we have Nimrod, who is his ancient symbol is a pentagram. Now, we find out that this is his star, okay, the five-pointed star.
Please look carefully at this depiction of the first family of paganism. When the god Nimrod physically unites with the goddess Semiramis, the divine child, Tammuz, is born. This pagan doctrine was invented over 5,000 years ago. Now fast forward into the modern era. Illuminized Freemasonry has adopted this picture of the first family of paganism as the formula by which they intend to produce their Masonic Christ, or Antichrist, on the world scene. Masons believe that the divine child, the Masonic Christ, will be conceived and born on the spiritual plane, and that conception and delivery will be transferred to the physical plane. They believe that this spiritual conception will occur as follows. The Divine Father and the Divine Mother will lay in sexual union in a spiritual dimension, producing the Divine Child, who will appear on the world scene as the Masonic Christ, whom Christians will correctly call Antichrist. How do occultists depict this sexual union between Divine Father and Mother, a physical relationship which produces the Divine Masonic Christ? They depict it through the use of the geometric shape, the right triangle. Listen to the explanation of Masonic author R.H. Mackenzie. The right-angled triangle was also regarded as an important figure. Among the Egyptians, the base represented Osiris, or the male principle, the perpendicular, Isis, or the female principle, and the hypotenuse, Horus, their son, the product. This is from Masonic and Occult Symbols Illustrated, Dr. Kathy Burns, page 34. Incredibly, Masonic architect Pierre L'Enfant planned one large right-angled triangle in Government Center, called today the L'Enfant Triangle. Later, under the direction of 33rd degree Mason, President George Washington, a second right-angled triangle was added. That triangle is called the Federal Triangle. These two triangles represent the Masonic plan to produce Antichrist on the world scene. How are the three elements of this Masonic right-angled triangle represented? First, horizontal portion represents the Divine Father. In Washington, D.C., the pagan god Baal is shown in other symbols, so he is the Divine Father. In the Federal Triangle, Baal is represented by 15th Street. Second, the upright portion represents the Divine Mother, which is shown in other symbols to be the corn goddess, Cybele. In the Federal Triangle, Cybele is represented by Constitution Avenue. Under this symbol, the goddess is going to become pregnant with the divine child and deliver him at the right moment on the world scene. Because Cybele, the corn goddess, is depicted throughout Government Center, we assume that she will be the Divine Mother. However, black magic Satanists hold that the Divine Mother will be the vampire demon goddess Lilith. Black magic Satanists have long maintained that Lilith will be the one to give birth to Antichrist. Third, the hypotenuse in this triangle represents the divine child, whom we identify in Eye of the Phoenix DVD as being named Destiny. This perfected man, Destiny, is depicted within the tympanum of the Federal Archives building facing Pennsylvania Avenue, the street which represents the divine child. Both L'Enfant and Federal Triangles use Pennsylvania Avenue as their hypotenuse. This hypotenuse is the Masonic Christ, the perfect man, Destiny, who rules the world in the tympanum atop the Federal Archives building looking over Pennsylvania Avenue. Now take a look at this Boy Scout memorial along 15th Street. When Chris Pinto and I scoured Washington, D.C. in preparation for our video, Riddles in Stone, The Secret Architecture of Washington, D.C., we were walking along 15th Street towards the intersection with Pennsylvania Avenue. Suddenly Chris stopped in his tracks and called me across the park. He was obviously excited. When I ran up to him, he pointed to the statue pictured at the left. The symbolism was instantly clear. This was a depiction of the satanic, Masonic belief in how the divine child will be produced on the world scene. What is this belief? Masons believe that the divine child, the Masonic Christ, will be conceived and born on the spiritual plane, and conception and delivery will be transferred to the physical plane. This is precisely what we see in this Boy Scout monument. The Divine Father is shown behind and to the right of the Divine Child, while the Divine Mother is shown behind and to the left of the Divine Child. There is no doubt as to who the Masonic Christ is shown to be here, the Eagle Scout. He is the perfected man produced by the Divine Father and Mother. The Eagle Scout featured in this memorial is the perfected man, or the Divine Child, named Destiny. Notice also where this Boy Scout memorial is located. It is on 15th Street, which is the upright or female portion of the Federal Triangle, and it is only a very short distance from the point where 15th Street intersects with Pennsylvania Avenue, the hypotenuse of the Federal Triangle, representing Destiny, the Divine Child. Young men who have been proud members of the Boy Scouts have no idea that their beloved scouting are designed to produce perfected men for the coming New World Order.
If we go over to Revelation, and again, I want to show you how these things get twisted and perverted in the occult world because of Lucifer. In Revelation 22:16, it says, I, Jesus, have sent mine angel to testify unto you these things in the churches. I am the root and the offspring of David and the bright and morning star. Christ is the bright and morning star, not Nimrod. Now remember, when Christ, when Nimrod reincarnated and became Tammuz, this is where he became fully God. Okay, he took on his whole divine attributes. And we know, according to the scriptures, Christ himself was always divine. He set them aside until he resurrected himself and took him fully back on. Now, in this very ancient statue, you'll see the god Tammuz, aka Nimrod, who has come back in his full glory. As I said, Tammuz, he has the wings and everything. And now this one might be a little tricky to be seen, but I want you to pay attention to. This is Tammuz again. But look at the pine cone on top of his staff. Again, that is an occult symbol. Now remember, Tammuz was supposed to be Nimrod come back. Nimrod was a mighty hunter. He had used bows and arrows and spears and things of that type of weapons when he was hunting his animals. And here we go once again. Now, Tammuz, as I said, he came back as a winged creature when he was fully God. Here we have Tammuz, when he came again, cultural, this is him as Cupid. You notice again the wings, and you notice he has the hunting bow of Nimrod. In other words, this is both Nimrod and Tammuz. Nimrod coming back as Tammuz. It is the same thing here. You will notice he's come back as the winged Eros. And again, if you notice, he has the collector's bow, while the arrow and that.
Place on the eye of another to... Oh, an iris that is as dark as night. Place on the eye of another to deny them. Light in all its forms can also be used to receive the blessing of an equipped great room at the cost of all rooms currently held. In the realm of shadow, this artifice was employed by the priests of the Erdtree to intensify the fears of their flock to magnificent effect. Cool. Festive Greece? Solidified knot grease made from a mixture of bone shards, imparting a festive incantation that grants the wielder a scant few runes on landing attacks. Delightful festival is an old tradition, one old enough for the Erdtree to tacitly tolerate its endurance. Blessed bone shard. A bone fragment touched by the gold of the scatter tree, broken from the remains of the warriors who perished in the realm of shadow. A blessing such as this is said to be the greatest honor that can be granted to the dead. Cool. Oh yeah, this is cool. A repeating crossbow. Picked this one up by the dragon. Great katana. It'll pair well with the other one. Incursion. I think I know where that is, but it didn't look that color. There. Marika's rune. Not resin. Broken rune. Marika's rune? What? Golden remnants of the grace personally bestowed by Queen Marika to the heroes who joined the crusade for her. The brilliance of Queen Marika's grace blinds even the very best. Wait, what is the eye? Is it an equipable? Consumable. Iris of Grace. Place on the eye of another to grant them delight. Oh, okay. What did I just do? Oh, shit. Was I not supposed to do that? Now it says 0. Will it reset though afterwards? Consumable. Okay, well, hey.
holds it. But if you notice, again, here's a winged creature as Tammuz, a.k.a. Nimrod, just another form. Here we have the winged apis of Nimrod. Now, this is one of the most ancient symbols of Nimrod. It's Nimrod coming back as a winged creature. And this one you will find used very, very heavily in the Masonic world. Here we have an ancient stela that shows Nimrod, who had been fighting a lion. He had shot him with an arrow, and right below here, I believe he's thrusting a sword to finish him off. But this shows that this, again, is Nimrod, the so-called mighty hunter who was against God, not for God, but against him. Okay, and here again is an ancient belief. Someone decided to take it off and drive it by hand just to see what it looked like. But this is, again, the winged god, Nimrod, after he came back glorified.
Oh, shit.
And again, if we pass it down, here is Nimrod. Well, Nimrod was also known as Marduk of the Babylonian legend, going up against Tiamat, the dragon. Notice the arrows, the wings, and everything. Again, the mighty hunter. Okay? And one other thing, just show you folks, remember, I want to remind you, here is his mother, Semiramis. I point this out again to remind you folks. Semiramis was supposed to have been a goddess. This is how, among other things, her son Nimrod became a god. He had divine powers, and after he died, he came back through reincarnation. Not resurrection as Christ, but reincarnation. So you can see how these things agree easily. Remember, Nimrod was known as the sun god. His symbol was the sun. As you can see, the sun itself. Christ himself is known as the Son of God. Christ himself is known as the King of Kings. We will find this in Revelation, I believe it's 1916? Was it 1919? 16, here we go. And he hath on his vesture and on his thigh a name written, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. God be praised, that's fantastic. Now, Nimrod himself is known as the King of Heaven. These things just keep passing down one after another. In this case, Lucifer made sure that all this definitely was put way ahead of time. So, as I said before, it would confuse the issue. No one would recognize Jesus Christ as the true Messiah when he came. And what's even confused it more is Tammuz's birthday happens to be December 25th. It was not Jesus Christ who was born on the 25th. We will be getting into this later on in this DVD. You will find out on Christmas, you are not celebrating the birthday of Christ, but the reincarnation in the birthday of Tammuz, the winter god. I'll get into that later. Okay. But anyways, here is one of the oldest beliefs of the stag god himself. You will notice he is holding, well, first of all, he has the exact same horns of the stags. He is also holding what looks like the ancient symbol of the Ouroboros, the serpent entwined in itself. This is, as we're saying, the stag god of the occult world. When you worship on Christmas, believing you're worshiping Christ, this is who you are actually worshiping. This is the stag god. Come back again as Tammuz, because it was Tammuz that was born on the 25th. This is who you're worshiping. Not Christ, but this. And as I said before, we are going to get into this towards the end of this DVD. But I will show you, again, what Christmas is truly all about for you people who haven't seen this, and for you poor followers in Roman Catholicism who actually think and are convinced that Christ was born on the 25th. You're going to find out. That, again, you have been lied to. So, as you can see, it's very easy once again. When we start comparing Jesus Christ to Nimrod, you're going to find out, and especially through God's word once again, that the life, the death, and the reincarnation of Nimrod is exactly that, of the life, the death, however, but the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Satan, once again, has just tried to confuse the issues, so this way, no one, when Christ did show up, would recognize him as the true Messiah. This is part and partial of why the occult religion was started, because it would take all the worship away from God, it would take all the followers away from God, and put them in a false religion known as the occult, to where they could never get saved, and God's plan would never be fulfilled. This is why it was done, and it continues on in this very day, ladies and gentlemen, in the occult religion known as Catholicism. And what we're going to do right now, this next part, ladies and gentlemen, is absolutely going to stun you. But I'm going to show you from, in this case, an ex-Illuminist perspective, why Roman Catholicism and the occult world are actually one and the same. And after I'm done with this, ladies and gentlemen, this next part, I can't see any other greater evidence that I could give. So without further ado, we're going to end this section and we're going to move on to part 3. We are at part 3 of this DVD, which is called Catholicism, Which Mary They Worshipping, in which we are now going to compare an occult Mass to a Catholic Mass. Now, over the years, I have been very fortunate to work with many different law enforcement agencies, ranging from sheriff departments all the way up to and in between the FBI, with former and present-day members of the FBI. And I have done and worked with them on a number of occult crime scenes. A lot of times you will see me on different television shows that I've done this for, such as, like Oprah Winfrey, Geraldo Rivera, Hard Copy Inside Edition, 2020, Unsolved Mysteries, and many places around the world. And I've been very fortunate that God has allowed me to reveal the truth of what's going on in the occult world to everyone else. Now, what I'm going to do in this live demonstration, and using, when I start building, and I'm going to build, literally right in front of you, 2 different type of altars. We're going to use this table here as the altar because I just don't have as much space as I would like in this giant setting. But nevertheless, to get 2 altars in here would be next to impossible. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to use this as just an altar. I'm just going to sort of like minimize it. But nevertheless, you're going to see all the same items. Just bear with me. And what we're going to start doing, I'm going to build the occult altar on this side, and then I will build the Catholic one on this side. Now, using, as I said, different things from different occult crime scenes, this cloth that I will be using to cover this,
I just didn't notice it
altar
here.
was one that I found covering an occult altar. Okay? So, we find out that in the occult world, now remember, and it's very important for you to remember this as we build these altars, that this altar on my side, it'll be on your right-hand side, your left, excuse me, this altar and its practices precedes Roman Catholicism by more than 4,000 years. And there, literally speaking, there are no other religions other than those related to Roman Catholicism, unless it's the occult, that will build the altar as the Catholics do. Just follow me here. So here we have the altar covering from the occult world. And then, on this side, on the Catholic altar, what they will do, you will see a common white cloth that will be covering their altars. Now, interesting enough, on the both altars, the altar cloth will change colors according to the seasons. A lot of times you will find white, sometimes you will find a different color, and this is holds true with the different robes that the witches and Catholic people will wear, and the same thing with the candles that will be used in the services. A lot of this has to do with the season and, the particular holiday, or holy day, as it's called in the Catholic world and in the occult world. Now, the next thing both of them have is what's known as a deity symbol, or a god symbol. For the occult world, this is one of the oldest ones in existence. Remember, we had showed a stela
It's a blessing
that
of
showed
America.
the unification of Nimrod, the sun god, Semiramis with her moon goddess symbol, and Tammuz, and where they unified into one particular god. And of course, over here on the Catholic altar, they have their god symbol. Now remember, these things are going to go, as we build both altars, be mindful, again, that the occult world was around more than 4,000 years before Catholicism. But as we go along, you're going to see that both altars are going to have just about the same things in commonality. And it's only in Catholicism, or the branches of Catholicism, that you're going to find all these things in the occult world, which, of course, was stolen by Constantine from the occult world and came into his state religion, which he called Catholicism. Now, both sides, on their altars, they will have various candles. And, of course, over here, once again, there's no denying it, on the Catholic altar, you will see the same candles. Now, interesting enough, at this particular crime scene, I found in this particular god symbol, one gold candle and one silver one. I believe you folks can guess why by now, because the gold represents Nimrod, and of course, the crescent moon, the silver, as we said before, represents the goddess, Semiramis. Now, the next thing you will find at both of them will be incense. Now, these were the ones, some incense, that was at that particular crime scene. And with the Catholic ones, usually you'll find an incense burner similar to this, swinging on a chain. I believe it's called a thurible. And the one thing that's interesting is I noted that both incense were the exact same as far as what scents they had used. And usually you'll find on this side of the altar, I wasn't able to bring them, certain things I couldn't bring to this DVD now because of restrictions on airflight. Okay, there's a lot of restrictions now, but suffice it to say, there are bells here on this side, and over here you'll find them also. With both groups, you will find a holy book, something that has various prayers, rituals, and such. I put them in this folder. There was quite a lot of different materials, the rituals and everything that they were using for this scene, this crime. So we'll put that there. And here is, and I was able to borrow this from a marvelous Christian family who I love dearly. They're known as the Shaleskis. That would be Lynn, Belinda, and Cody. But this is a 200-year-old, well, it's more than that. The oldest date, as I remember, I found in here is 1800. It is a Catholic Bible. And so, of course, they have a holy book that they read out of just like they do in the occult. In the occult world, it's known as the Book of Shadows. Here, of course, you know, the Catholic Bible, it would be the Douay translation of the Holy Scriptures. It's the only one that is approved by the Vatican. And you know it's generally accepted by them if it has, as a matter of fact, this cross. It's known as the imprimatur. This one is partially red. The Catholic one that has it, it will be entirely red. You will find this cross in the Catholic Bible. It is known as the imprimatur.
Oh, shit.
Now, at this particular scene, interesting enough, I forgot to mention that in these paperwork and all the rituals here, there were different prayers and such to their gods and goddesses. Now, on the Catholic altar, you're going to find a book. It's not always the Holy Scriptures. This will be sometimes on another section of the podium. Sometimes it will be here. But if it's here, a lot of times it's the one that has their rituals in it and their prayers. So you can see you have your rituals and prayers from here, the ritual and prayers over here. Same thing, just different names. Now, of course, again, using this crime scene, I found their sacrifice. You know, bread was found there. Among other things, it's an offering, you know, to their gods. We found bread. Now, before, shall we say, the modernization movement, the bread was actually the same type that was used in the occult math. Now they stamp it into a sun god circle. That's what you find. It's known as a wafer. It is circular. It is, whenever you see the gold circle especially, that is the most ancient symbol for the sun god. And that would be that in the Babylonian, that would be Nimrod. But as it came down, it became Ra, the sun god in Egypt, and it just kept going on and on and on until it ended up in Catholicism, the ladder of the occult religions. But again, you're going to see it's all the same. The only thing that changed was the name. So, oh, and from there, you will notice when the priest comes in, he comes in from an alcove. He's wearing, a lot of times it's just a black robe with the white on it. Sometimes it's a green one or a purple one or a red one. Depends again, as it says, on the holiday of the season. It varies. And they will be followed by their attendants who will attend to the altar in their needs. This is the exact thing. You have the priest and the priestesses come in, and they have their attendants who will attend to their needs or whatever else is needed during the service. This is where Constantine got it from, so he could bring it into Catholicism, because this is how it's done in the occult world. Now, in the occult world, they also have various items that they do use, just like in the Catholic one. In the occult one, they have
another one
that is used for their ceremonies. Okay, this is the exact same thing.
They're so close together.
In the Catholic world, you will find their chalice used doing certain things. Now, this one was covered, and it had a white cloth covering it. Now, interesting enough, this cover goes on top of their chalice, and it's covered with a white cloth also. Now, if you remember, here is, as I warned you before, the most ancient symbol for Nimrod himself. You can find this in occult books, ladies and gentlemen, if you want. But I want you to take my word for it, at least this one part. The gold circle, which is the most ancient symbol for the sun god. And it is on top of the chalice, and it's covered with a white cloth. This is the same thing we find over here. Now, during the service, the priest, and this is what it is claimed. Now, I want you to understand. According to Catholic doctrine, and this is carved in stone, that the priest has certain powers or certain miraculous abilities. He will take wine and pour it into the chalice. And in the occult world, the same thing is done. Now, I want you to understand there's two major differences here, but actually, they're all, according to Catholicism, it's the same. Now, in the occult world, and I will tell you right now, if you're in the Illuminati or in certain other groups, what is in this chalice is human blood. Because in the occult world, they believe in human sacrifices. And yet, as a born-again Christian, I know this is contrary to the Word of God, because in Romans 12:1, it says, I beseech you that you present your bodies a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable unto God, which is your reasonable service. No human sacrifice in any form whatsoever in true Christianity. Now, they have, if they're practicing human sacrifice, they're going to have their blood offering and the flesh of their victim. Now, in the Wiccan beliefs, or the pagan beliefs, or the goddess worshippers, or any of those other tree huggers, forgive me for putting it to you that way, but they will also have, remember, their bread offering to their god and goddesses. But remember, if this is a group of Luciferian witches who reported the Illuminati or whatever, the satanic cult, I guarantee they, and I know the crime scenes that work, and others that have reported the same thing, if you got their blood, you have the flesh of their victims. Now, is it different in Roman Catholicism? No. And I'm going to tell you why. Accordingly, in Roman Catholicism, their own creeds, doctrines, what have you, state that the priests have certain miraculous powers. In this case, one is known as transubstantiation. Now, literally speaking, it is believed that the priest, he can take what used to be the regular bread that was used in the occult world, but now it's the sun symbol, as I said before. He can take the bread and the wine that is poured in the chalice and literally make this, because of his powers. Where he got them from is a question. It's believed it's an apostolic reception thing. Okay. He can take this and turn it into the actual physical flesh of Jesus Christ, and this he can turn into the actual blood of Christ. It is not symbolic. According to their own dogma, this is, once it goes through the process of transubstantiation, this becomes the literal flesh of Christ and the literal blood of Christ. Literally speaking, that's it. So then, answer me this. In the Illuminati world and in the satanic world and certain other occult branches, they have in their chalices the blood of their victims, and in various bowls and things like this, the flesh of their victims that they offer up to their gods and they eat. What is the difference? They claim this is, in Catholicism, the actual flesh, the real flesh of Christ that's been changed by the priest, and this is actually his blood. This is called human sacrifice. Hebrews chapter 6, verse 6. I want to read to you, ladies and gentlemen, an interesting verse here. Remember, this is Hebrews 6, chapter 6. This talks about people falling away from the faith and coming up with rituals and ceremonies that would sacrifice Christ over and over again. Listen to this. If they shall fall away, to renew them again unto repentance, seeing they crucified to themselves the Son of God afresh, and put him to an open shame. What is it saying? Again, if they shall fall away and renew themselves unto repentance. In other words, the first time wasn't good enough for them. It isn't sufficient. This is the whole thing about the occult system of Roman Catholicism, and the same thing in the occult world. This is not sufficient enough. When Christ died on the cross, it wasn't enough. They have to do it over and over and over again through rituals, through dogmas, through various practices, beliefs, by wearing scapulars, by bowing down and worshiping idols over and over and over again, so that they can work up enough of grace points to where in Catholicism they end up in purgatory and they can work themselves up into heaven. In the occult world, they have that mid-ground also. In Catholicism it's called purgatory. In the occult world it's called Somerset. Yet they believe they come back through reincarnation to go on and to become better people. And eventually they become gods and goddesses. And it's the same thing here in Catholicism. Eventually they work themselves up into their paradise also. And this is where it comes from. Now, in the occult world, they have their various religious symbols and such. If you remember, as I stated before, the oldest symbol for Nimrod is the 5-pointed star, and this one is a 6-pointed star, which in the occult world is known as a hexagram. You need to use that one if you're going to literally summon, and I mean literally summon, to this plane of existence, a demon. Now here, we have various Catholic items also, jewelry, medals, and other things that they have that their followers will wear. They also have various medals, rings, and such they wear. Here is one that bears the same cross.
12:30. All right. I'm logging off. Peace out.